Shabbat Shalom to you all, and to give thanks and praises to our Father, the Most High, who is great and awesome in all things. Our loving Father, one who watches over us and shows us his mercy, shows mercy to those who do not deserve mercy. Because we have transgressed his commandments from we were born. But through his mercy, he has spared us. And not only spared us, he has given us the chance of eternal life. How great is that? Great Father who nourishes his children, who guides his children in the paths of righteousness, who guides his children in the way that they should go. Yeah? Shabbat Shalom to you all. Right. Yeah, so just want to be a little late today intentionally so more people can get on, because this is one of these teachings that you need to get from start to finish. All right. And this kind of feels like, it feels like the last teaching that we need to do. This feels like it. It's the last one we need to do on this channel. That there is no more to say after this one, because this is our 203rd video, and we have covered so many different topics. So many different topics. But this is probably the last one that we need to know. Right? As you can see, the title, Gather Yourselves Together. It's a question we're asking. Let me get this thing straightened out. Yeah, let me configure this video so get it a little brighter. Yeah, so that should do it. Yeah, so the question, gather yourselves together. Should we go or should we stay? Because since our last video that we did concerning the directives of the Most High that showed us where we should flee, we like to underline that it's not for everyone. We were given the message, and he said, what you hear in your ear, shout it out upon the housetop. It does not mean that it is for everyone. All right? Who hath an ear to hear, they will hear. My sheep hear my voice. My sheep know me, and they hear my voice, and they follow me. So to whom it is given, they will receive it. And there's been much noise surrounding that revelation that we gave. So what we are going to do, because we did not fully back it up with scriptural references, because we were hearing things like it's not biblical, it's not scriptural. And we heard things that we were false prophets and we were liars, all of those things, even to the point that what we did came from the devil. And this, of course, comes from a position of ignorance, people who believe they know and understand, and don't understand that they should prove all things, hold fast that which is good. So before speaking, we should try to prove everything. Let me get this thing out of the way. It kind of helps me to not speak too loud, but it's creating a feedback. Yeah, so instead of proving all things, people like to first bring down. And some people have gone to the point of blaspheming Ruach HaKadosh by implying that this is from the devil. We're going to look today and try to bring it into perspective to show what the Bible actually has to say about us gathering ourselves together. And what we're going to start with is the fact that the Most High calls certain people to understand his word and to explain his words to other people. But everyone today believes that they have a hold on the word. So the Most High puts us in different assemblies, and he gives us a teacher in the assembly. What so happens in the assembly, everyone now rises up. As soon as we start hearing or knowing a little thing, and we start getting a little understanding, start saying, start rising up to usurp the teacher, that's sedition, and try to teach the teacher and try to suspect the teacher when he comes with something that they don't understand. All right? So let's begin in the book of Acts 30 to 31. How can I understand except some man guides me? The Most High provides guides for us. Could you read, please, Shamuel, Acts 30 to 8:30 to 31?
All right. And Philip ran thither to him and heard him read the prophet Isaiah and said, Understandest thou what thou readest?
All right. This was Philip when he was brought to the Ethiopian eunuch and saw him reading the book of Isaiah and asking him if he understands what he's reading. And what was his reply?
Understandest thou? Okay, says, and he said, How can I, except some man should guide me? And he desired Philip that he would come up and sit with him.
All right. So the Ethiopian eunuch said, How can I understand except some man guide me? The Most High puts people who are to guide us. Okay? And especially in groups and in ecclesias, the Most High will put people in the ecclesias to guide us. And it is foolhardy of us to try to rise up and usurp whatever the Most High has given these people. All right? So it says, and he desired Philip that he would come up and sit with him, to sit with him and let him explain. Okay? Now, that's just a foundational thing. So what we're going to start looking at is that we are in the end time, and the end time is the final fulfillment of the promise that was given to Abraham. The promise was given to Abraham, and he did not see the promise. Abraham was given the promise, and he sojourned in the land of his promise, and he did not receive it. Isaac was given the land, and he sojourned in the land of his promise, and he did not fully receive it. Neither did Jacob fully receive the land. He sojourned in the land, but he never received it. So they all sojourned in the land. So in the end time, it's another call again. We're going to show. It's a call for the fulfillment of the promise of Abraham. Hebrews 12, 1 to 4. No. Hebrews 11. Why did I have 12? No. What did I want? Genesis. Genesis 12. Where Hebrews came from. I'll read, please.
Now Yahuwah had said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will shew thee.
All right. So here is the call. You have to understand that this is the same call that is happening to us today. Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will show thee. Sounds familiar, Shamuel?
Very familiar.
Okay. Verse 2.
And I'll make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing.
Of course, the prophets, Isaiah especially, is full of, Isaiah is full of this barakah, of these promises of making us a great nation, and barak thee, and our name shall be great, and we shall be a blessing. All right?
Yeah.
Verse 3.
And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed.
All right? All families of the earth shall be barak, because our people in the end will be ruling the world from Zion. So what happened in verse 4? What did Abraham do? Because this
So
is also our call. What did Abraham do?
So Abraham departed, as Yahuwah had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abraham was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran.
Right, so he left his kindred, his country, his father's house. All right? And he departed as Yahuwah had spoken unto him. So we're going to look soon at how Yahuwah speaks to us today, a very ignored aspect of our life. How Yahuwah speaks to us today. Remember, Yahuwah had spoken unto him. Now, let's look at the faith or the emunah of Abraham. Read Hebrews 11, verse 6, top left, please.
All right. But without faith, it is impossible to please him. For he that cometh to Allah must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him.
He's a rewarder.
Of them that diligently seek him.
And without emunah, it is impossible to please him. So what is he saying here? He called Abraham out, and Abraham stepped forth in emunah. He is calling us out. What will we do? Because without emunah, it is impossible to please him. Now, the question is now, Shamuel, if I leave my country, my kindred, my father's house, and go into the land, will the Most High rebuke me or chastise me for following in the emunah of my father Abraham?
Nope.
Oh, so why all the uproar? Why all the uproar for us to step out in the emunah of Abraham? Verse 8, top right.
By faith, Abraham, when he was called to go out into a place which he should after receive for an inheritance, obeyed, and he went out not knowing whither he went.
Oh boy, let's look at this, Shamuel. By emunah, Abraham, when he was called to go out into a place which he should after receive for an inheritance. It's the same thing. There's no difference with us. Where we are going is a place which we should afterward receive for an inheritance. Right? Yeah. We might not know the exact spot, but we know compared to where we are today over this side, that is, the land is there somewhere. Okay?
Yeah.
Abraham obeyed, and he went out not knowing whither he went. Now, this before the Most High is righteousness, because he did it by emunah.
Faith.
So are we wrong, or will we be chastised or rebuked or judged for following in this footstep of our father Abraham?
Nope, we will not.
Let's go to Hebrews 11:9.
By faith he sojourned in the land of promise, as in a strange country, dwelling in tabernacles with Yitzhak and Jacob, the heirs with him of the same promise.
Yeah? Through emunah, he sojourned in the land. He was called to sojourn there. He went and sojourned there with his sons, his son and his grandson, in tents. They were also the heirs, but they were willing to sojourn there in tents, waiting on the promise. No, verse 10 says,
For he looked for a city which hath foundations, whose builder and maker is Elohim.
He looked for a city which hath foundations. It's the same thing that we're doing, isn't it?
Yep.
We are looking for Zion.
Yep.
Yeah? Whose
Yep.
builder and maker is Alua. We are looking, it's the same thing. There's nothing different. This is what we are chastised for doing, and what we are being told that it is not scriptural. We haven't gone anywhere yet because we have a whole lot to show today. Yahuwah willing. The very first thing, we are right. This has everything to do with us. So what you're seeing is happening today, the manifestation, the fulfillment of the promise of Abraham, and the Most High is calling us again, as he called Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to sojourn in different places. Just go back to the patriarchs. They were nomads. They were called by the Most High to go here, go there, sojourn here, sojourn there. What do we want to do? We are in our land of captivity. We are comfortable in our land of captivity, and we want to remain in our land of captivity for the Most High to come and fetch us. No emuna. Just say, hey, Father, I worship you. So remember me when you come. Yeah, that's not how the Most High works. You have to step out in emuna. And so in the book of Zechariah had prophesied at the time in which we should gather ourselves together. Yeah? Zephaniah, 2, 1 to 3. I'm always mixing them up. Zephaniah 2, 1 to 3. Read, please.
Gather yourselves together, gather together, O nation not desired.
All right. Let's look at what it says. It says, gather yourselves together. What's, I'm not recording it. All right. I can't take it down anyway. It says, gather yourselves together, Shamuel. What is the most powerful word here?
Yourselves.
Yes. Because gather yourselves means an action on our part to do what he says we should do. So gather yourselves together is a conscious decision on our part that we are going to gather ourselves together. As a what? As a nation, not desired. So we're going to come together as a people. And he tells us when in verse 2.
Before the decree bring forth, before the day pass as the shaft, before the fierce anger of Yahuwah come upon you, before the day of Yahuwah's anger come upon you.
And we know a verse further down tells us that the day of Yahuwah comes like a thief in the night, right?
Yes.
And Hamashiach had said, like a snare shall it come upon all those, or a trap shall it come upon all those that dwell upon the earth. Everything like a thief in the night. So, what is it saying? It is saying that when time is peaceful, you know the time and the seasons. We know the time and the seasons. We know that we're in end time. When there is a lull, that is when you are together. Before all of these take place. Right? And then we are not only together, we are to verse 3.
Seek ye Yahuwah, all ye meek of the earth, which have wrought his judgment. Seek righteousness, seek meekness. It may be ye shall be hid in the day of Yahuwah's anger.
All right, so it's not only his people who are to gather together, it's the meek of the earth. All of us which have wrought his judgment should seek righteousness and meekness, so that it may be that we may be hid in the day of Yahuwah's anger. That is what we are striving to do in this case. Just that maybe we shall be hid. And the Most High told us where to go. And we have a whole lot of rebellion and rejection about it. But we do not pay attention to that because it may be we shall be hid in the day of Yahuwah's anger. So if others, that's why I say it's not for everyone, if others don't care about being hid in the days of Yahuwah's anger, well, we cannot do anything about that. So gather yourselves speaks of an elective, individual decision and effort. Gather yourselves together. Individual action. Yeah? Gather yourselves. Okay. Now, one of the biggest part of our presentation today is what is actually being ignored. Ruach HaKadosh. In all the people trying to understand this prophecy, and I want you to pay close attention to it. In all people trying to ignore this prophecy, deal with this prophecy, they are ignoring Ruach HaKadosh. They are ignoring Ruach HaKadosh. And we're going to see how Ruach HaKadosh works. We're going to go into the depths of it to show you how it works, to show that the fulfillment of the prophecies of the Old Testament, we are ignoring the operation of Ruach HaKadosh, which dwells in us, in trying to understand these prophecies. So people see prophecies of gathering us and leading us and all of that, and they are thinking that it will actually always be an angel that is doing it, and the Most High is going to come for us and all of that. We're going to show, but by ignoring Ruach HaKadosh, how much we put ourselves in trouble. So the question is, how does the Most High lead us in the new covenant? Because we are in the new covenant. Although we have not yet been brought into the bond of the covenant, we are still in the new covenant, having been given the down payment of Ruach HaKadosh until Hamashiach returns to redeem the purchased possession. Okay? Yeah. So we are saved, but we are not saved. We are saved from sin, but if we are overcome by sin, we will not have endured to the end. And so when it's time to redeem us, we will not be saved. Hope that makes sense. But that's not the topic of today, so that's why won't go to it in detail. So we have to understand the Ruach. John 6, 63. Let's take a look into the Ruach. I want you to pay close attention to these. These are things that we are ignoring. John 6, 63. Read, please.
It is the spirit that quickeneth, the flesh profiteth nothing. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life.
All right. So the words are spirit. The Ruach quickeneth. That means the Ruach gives life. It's the Ruach that moves us. Yes? The Spirit moves us. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life. So the words of the Most High, they are Ruach, they are spirit and they are life. They give life. So His word spoken through us, it is going to cause us to move. It's going to quicken us, give us life. All right? Now, we're going to read something very deep from the Odes of Solomon, chapter 12, verse 5 to 12, to get an understanding of how the word operates in us. Because we're going to show that when the word operates in us, the Most High will speak to us and tell us what to do. This is what people are ignoring with this. They are thinking that the Most High is always going to be sending, and it will be sitting comfortably in Babylon, and the Most High just sends someone. And no. What about the Ruach that dwells in you? Every time the Most High, you get a thought, you say, oh, the Most High told me this. Yahuwah told me this. Yahuwah this. Why can't Yahuwah tell you when to move? I can't understand these people. You hear them talk to people and you're like, wow, are you sure that Yahuwah told you? You know, that's what I'm thinking. All the while, everything Yahuwah told me. Yes? And you're wondering, are you sure? But then, when it's time when Yahuwah says, move and go, people are questioning the Ruach. Odes of Solomon 12, 5 to 12. This is deep, so please take careful attention to this. Odes of Solomon 12, 5 to 12. Read, please, Ak.
All right. For the swiftness of the word is inexpressible, and like its expression is its swiftness and force.
So we're talking about the word that is spirit or ruach, and that is life, and that quickeneth. It says the swiftness of the word is inexpressible. You cannot express the swiftness of the word. And like its expression is its swiftness and force. So when it expresses itself quickly, with swiftness and with force. Verse 6.
And its course knows no limit, and never doth it fail, but it stands sure, and it knows not descent,
Nor the way of it.
And it knows not descent nor the way of it. Sorry.
All right, so the course of the word, when the word goes out, it knows no limit. It knows no limit. Yes? Never doth it fail. So the word never ever fails to accomplish that which it sets out to accomplish, and it stands sure. And it knows not descent nor the way of it. That means its word does not diminish. It goes out swiftly and with force and accomplishes that which it will. Verse 7.
Ak, can you share the thing on the full screen so that the words can come out?
Oh, I'm not. Let me see. Where am I again? So I'm not sharing on the full screen.
You are, but there's a way you do with the scriptures, and then it really comes out very clear.
No, I didn't search for it.
Oh, okay.
I didn't search for it.
For us, verse 7. For us its work is, so is its end. For it is light and the dawning of thought.
And the dawning of thought. So as its work is, so is its end. So whatever it sets out to do, that is what it's going to do in the end. So the word is light and the dawning of thought. So thought begins with the word itself. So the word will put the thoughts in our minds to accomplish that which the Most High sets out to accomplish. Now here, verse 8. Read, please.
And by it the worlds talk one to the other, and in the word there were those that were silent.
By it the worlds talk one to the other. And that worlds there refers to age. All right, the ages. So through the word, Isaiah speaks to us. Jeremiah speaks to us. And in the word, there were those that were silent. So those who have passed on, the word brings them to life and makes us talk to one another. So when we have these prophecies, it comes to us through the word, and the word comes on, is a dawning of thought. It comes on in our thought process, and then it accomplishes that which the word sets out to accomplish through the word. Verse 9.
And from it came love and concord, and they spake one to the other whatever was theirs, and they were penetrated by the word.
All right, so the word comes, and from the hearing the word comes love and concord. Concord there is agreement, one being in one accord. And they spake one to another whatever was theirs, whatever was given for each person, then that was understood. And they were penetrated by the word. So that's why it says in Hebrews 4:12 that the word is what? Sharper than two-edged sword, piercing to the joints and marrow, right?
Yeah.
You with me, Ak?
Yeah.
Yeah. And through the word now, we got to know Yahuwah. Verse 10.
And they knew him who made them, because they were in concord. For the mouth of the Most High spake to them, and his explanation ran by means of it.
All right, look at this verse. So through the word, we got to know Yahuwah, because we were in concord, we were in one accord. For the mouth of the Most High spake to them. So when you are in unison, concord with the word, walking in love and one accord, the mouth of the Most High will speak to you and tell you what to do. And his explanation ran by means of it. So his explanation, the meaning of the word, the true understanding that the Ethiopian eunuch sought to get from Philip, this comes to us through the word. And the word now dwells in us. So when the Most High speaks, we read the word, we become in fellowship with the prophets, we are in love and one accord. The word will now dwell inside of us and bear fruit in us. Verse 11.
For the dwelling place of the word is man, and its truth is love.
So the dwelling place of the word is man. So if that which the Most High seeks to accomplish dwells in us, and it quickeneth, it gives life. When the Most High speaks in his prophecies, we are able to be in one accord with the prophets and to understand what they are saying. Then the Most High speaks to us. He speaks to us to actually move, to hear his word and do what he says we should do. Isn't that so, Shamuel?
Yes, exactly that. Exactly.
Verse 12.
Blessed are they who by means thereof have understood everything and have known Yahuwah in his truth. Hallelujah.
So those who have understood, those are able to understand, it says Barak, and have known Yahuwah in his truth. And his word is truth, his love is truth, his law is truth, his son is truth. Okay?
Oh, all right.
All right. Hebrews 1:1-2. What we're showing is that the Most High speaks to us now in this covenant. All right? He doesn't have to send anyone to come and say, and hold us by the hand and say, come, let's go. He speaks to us through his rock. Hebrews 1:1-2. Go ahead, Ak.
Allah, who at sundry times in divers manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these
All right.
last days.
All right.
Okay.
Who at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets. So back in the days of the prophets, they spoke to them, of our fathers, they spoke to them by the prophets. But how does he speak to us today, Shamuel?
He speaks, he hath in these days, these last days, spoken unto us by his Son,
Hey,
whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds.
Oh. And by the way, the worlds here is the Greek word aeon that has to do with time, which actually means the ages. All right? So hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son. Very important. So from the New Testament, he now speaks to us through his Son. Very important. Because we're going to see, we're going to go in a progression and show how we are to receive and understand the word today. So he spoke to us through his son. But his son has is his word and is one with his ruach. And his ruach dwells in us. So if he speaks to us through his son and we have his ruach in us, what does that mean? 1 Corinthians 3:16. 1 Corinthians 3:16. Read, please.
Know ye not that ye are the temple of Allah, and that the spirit of Allah dwelleth in you?
That's all we want to know. We are the temple of Allah, and that the ruach of Allah dwelleth in you. The same ruach that the Messiah had now dwells in us. So he speaks to us through Hamashiach, and we have the same ruach Hamashiach in us. That means he speaks to us through Shamuel.
That means he speaks to us.
You there?
I'm here.
Yeah.
He speaks
to us through his ruach.
Through his Ruach Kadesh.
Yes. John 17:20-23. Read, please.
Neither pray I for these alone, but for them also which shall believe on me through their word,
Continue.
that they all may be one, as thou, Father, art in me, and I in thee, that they also may be one in us, that the world may believe that thou hast sent me.
So here's the thing now. We are one in the Father and in the Son. If the Father spake through the Son, and we are one in them, that means through the Son, the Father is also going to speak to us. Right, Shamuel?
The Father is speaking unto us, yes.
He will speak through us. Verse 22.
All right. And the glory and the favor which thou gavest me, I have given them, that they may be one, even as we are one.
All right, Shamuel, you're in the chat?
No. I left the chat.
Oh, because it sounds like the days when you're in the chat. Anyway.
Yeah. I'm back. I was just
and the splendor which thou gavest me, I have given them, that they may be one, even as we are one. So the splendor which thou gavest me, I have given them. Now think about that for what we are talking about. What do you think about that? The splendor which thou gavest me, I have given them. That means
the Ruach.
The Ruach, the Father speaking to the Son gave us the same
Ruach. Yeah.
The same should I say authority, the same opportunity.
The same power. And hence John 1:12. As many as believed on him, unto them gave he power to become the sons of the Most High.
Amen. So this is what we are discounting, people. Romans 8:9. Discounting the Ruach in all of this. In all the shouting we are shouting. We are not understanding it through the Ruach. Romans 8:9.
But ye are not in the flesh, but in the Ruach. If so be that the spirit or the Ruach of Allah dwell in you. Now, if any man have not the Ruach of Hamashiach, he is none of his.
So we see the Ruach of Allah being equated with the Ruach of Hamashiach, and that we must have the Ruach of Hamashiach in us. Now, if in these last times he spoke to us through his Son, and we have the Ruach of the Son in us, that means what, Shamuel?
That means we are of Allah.
No, and he will be speaking to us as he spake to the Son.
To the Son, yeah.
Same thing. John 8:26. Read, please.
I have many things to say and to judge of you, but he that sent me is true, and I speak to the world those things which I have heard of him.
So, like he hears from the Father, so we too will hear from the Father. Very important. And what we hear, we do. And he's going to give us commands as he commanded his Son. Very simple. But it's something that we are ignoring. And now we come to the big one. We come to the big one. Read, please.
Howbeit, when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth. For he shall not speak of himself, but whatsoever he shall hear, that shall he speak, and he will show you things to come.
All right. This one now is the big one. I want you all to look at this very carefully. Howbeit when he, the Ruach Amat, is come, he will guide you into all truth. Very important word here. You see this word guide?
Yeah.
He's not going to come and take someone and he's going to guide you through his Ruach that dwells in you. So our guidance is through the Ruach. So when he gives us guidance to follow in the steps of Abraham, we know it cannot be of the devil.
Yeah.
It is of the Most High to follow in the footsteps of our father Abraham. He's guiding us into all truth. For it says, for he shall not speak of himself, but whatsoever he shall hear, that shall he speak. So the Ruach will speak to us that what the Ruach hears from the Father. And guess what it says? And he will show you things to come. And what did Hamashiach say in Revelation 20? The Ruach Hamashiach is the Ruach of prophecy. Prophecy shows you things that are to come. So when he shows us Shamuel the direction and says, hey, this is where you should go, he is telling you things to come, but you might not understand what there is to come. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, let me just give, before I go any further, let me just give my testimony where this thing is concerned.
But,
okay?
But now, before you go there.
Yeah, go ahead.
The word says, howbeit when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth. Now, if you are not getting prophecy, then it's time to really introspect and examine yourself. All right. It's concerning, because the testimony of Yahusha is a spirit of what? Of prophecy.
Prophecy.
Now, if you don't have that testimony, which testimony is derived from the truth, then it means you're not doing the truth. You're not living by the truth. I don't know what you want to hear, but there's no more beating about the bush. You are not doing the truth, nor are you living by the truth. And if you are not living by the truth, Psalm 111 verse 10 says what? You do not have the fear of Yahuwah, first of all. Because if you had the fear of Yahuwah, then you would have wisdom. And how would you derive that wisdom? Psalm 119 verse 98 will tell you that what? I gain wisdom from doing your truth, your commandments. So anyone that is struggling to understand the times that we are in, the seasons, it is your time. This is a moment for you to really reflect. Why am I finding it hard to understand? Why am I finding it difficult to believe? It means that you are not living by the truth of Yahuwah.
Right.
It's clear cut. It is clear cut. The word is telling you, not Brother Shamuel, nor Brother Kazak is telling you this. The word is telling you. So you have to examine yourself to see whether you are in the faith or you are out. Because a strong delusion is when you have taken up an idol, you are failing to uphold and believe in the truth. And as a result, the lines that you have asserted as the truth in your life has become the truth for you. And that is the delusion, forcing evil to become good and good to become evil. Because all they that are in Mashiach are of one accord, one heart, one mind, one spirit, one ruach. So how could it be? And especially when you come to this, if you come to disprove the spirit of prophecy without scriptures, how do you expect to make sense to anyone who is of the way? People that are coming forward to speak their minds and speak in their heart, oh, I feel like, I believe, these are the people you are supposed to avoid, because these speak their own sentiments, and that is contrary to the word. Proverbs 3 verse 5, trust in Yahweh with all your heart and lean not to your own understanding, but in all thy ways acknowledge him. And how do you acknowledge him? You go to the very same verse, verse 1. It tells you, my son, do what? Forget not my truth, my Torah, my law. So those that are not getting a good understanding in everything that is being brought, you really need to examine yourself. There is nothing wrong in introspection, in self-examination. That's what Shaul encourages all of us. Says we need to examine. So the Most High says, my son, forget not my law. Trust in Yahweh with all your heart. Acknowledge him. How do I acknowledge him? The truth, the spirit of truth. How be it that when he comes, he will lead you where? Into some truth? Into
truth.
all truth. So it means you are not living by all the truth. You have chosen part of the truth. And you need to examine yourself. Why cannot I hear the word, the spirit, the ruach? Maybe there might be the spirit of offense in you. The spirit of offense does what? It blinds you. The spirit of familiarity is also going to blind you because you spend too much time with the prophet or you spend too much time with the teacher. And so familiarity has set in. And so when he's speaking, guess what? It's going past your ears. This is some of the things, these are some of the signs. There is something in us that is causing us to miss this hour, to miss the spirit of truth in this hour, in this moment, in this minute. This is your salvation. What more would you want Yahweh to do for you? He gives you the Torah. He says, do it. You're doing it partially. How are you going to be able to hear the spirit of prophecy when it comes? Because you haven't believed anything, so you cannot see it. And this is the call. Yesterday and today, the Most High has been impressing on me. The people are walking in unforgiveness. Do you know what that means? This means that the spirit of error is going to be with you. This means the spirit of offense, the spirit of error, the spirit of Belial is going to do what? Blind you. The God of this earth will blind you. If there is any spot found in you, that is the clear word to show you that you are not doing the entire truth, the entire command. You're not living by the very same spirit that gives understanding of prophecy. All right, you can continue, Shalom.
All right. So a very important thing was brought out when you were talking, the thought that came to me about watching. This is only for people who are actually really watching. Anytime people want to sit down in a comfort zone, these things are hard sayings for them. If we are watching for the kingdom, the Most High will send these words to us. Yes? You're waiting earnestly, Father, show me this. Yeah. Waiting for the kingdom. But there are people who are comfortable in the land of our captivity, comfortable wherever we are. And so these drastic moves, very uncomfortable. And so cognitive dissonance, people will throw out noise to try to make the situation look as if it is not what it is. And let me just give you my a little testimony. A couple days ago, sounds better this way. Yeah, a couple days ago, I was I got a vision in the morning. Day before yesterday, was it? I think I got a vision in the morning, and in the vision, I saw a hand pointed like this to the right, and it was like on a rectangular plaque, like, and in the vision, I remembered Nebuchadnezzar's son with the finger writing, but I don't know. I saw it pointing, and that came to me, and I got scared. Even more scared when I heard a voice say, "I have found you wanting." And I woke up troubled in my ruach, troubled. And throughout the day, I was there troubled. So we had a meeting in the evening. And in the meeting, they were speaking some heavy stuff. Some heavy stuff about Sheol and all of that. And that's why I was telling to them, hey, it's really heavy here. But I had that burden on me, wondering what it meant and why did it say I was found wanting. So I prayed a few times in the day, asking the Most High to reveal his understanding to me, because I started searching myself to try to figure out, where am I short? Where am I deficient? And in the night I went and I prayed. And when I prayed, then the Most High opened up my heart, my eyes to the understanding, and brought back everything to remembrance. And I remember the finger pointing to the right, the same direction in which the sign to Willowdean was pointing. And the colors that were on the plaque that the hand was mounted on, the same colors as the arrow that pointed to Willowdean. It was shades of brown, different shades of brown. I forgot to look I remember what brown means. Let me see if I can get it quickly. Yeah, the color brown. And it is, where is it? I don't know. Boy, these people are so, let me see if we can get it. Yeah, but it was varying shades of the color. Brown, yeah. All right, brown here. So brown is, what's it?
Resilience, dependability, security, and safety.
Go ahead with that.
It says brown is often as solid, much like the earth, and is a color often associated with resilience, dependability, security, and safety. Feelings of loneliness, sadness, and isolation. In large quantities, it can seem vast, stuck, and empty, like an enormous desert devoid of life.
So the ones that struck me there is security and safety, because it's pointing you to a place of safety and security. And right away it came to me that the Most High was saying that you need to move now. Now. Yeah? So this is how the Ruach speaks to us. This is how the rock speaks to us and instructs us, leads us into all truth, guides us into the path that we should go. All right? So
Yep.
that's just basically how the rock works. So let's go and continue in John 10:27. So this is another confirmation to me where I should go, when I should go. And it's actually saying the time is now. I don't know how it is for other people.
The urgency. Yeah.
Yeah, that there's an urgency because you're dragging your feet. Because I was there not even thinking about anything where that is concerned in terms of urgency. Thinking I have all the time, planning for a much later time. But the Most High is saying, be urgent. All right, so anyone who's listening to this, he sets our lives as example before the flock. So, yeah, that's what we got. So John 10:27. We're still speaking about the rock because we're showing how the Most High will speak to us in these end times. Read verse John 10:27.
My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me.
All right, so first of all, those who are his sheep will hear his voice and will understand. And it says, and they do what?
And they follow me.
So when the instructions are given, his sheep will hear the voice and they will follow me. And I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish, neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand. So it's not for everyone. It's his sheep who hears his voice and follow him that will get this, verse 28, in the end. Psalm 143, 9-10.
And before you go there, I mean, John 10:27 is quite, we have to match up some precept to understand who these sheep are. It says, my sheep hear my voice. Now, if you're sitting there trying to match up prophecy to numbers, to the number of people that are hearing and all that, and comparison, you are actually disrespecting the Ruach. All right? Imagine when Abraham got the word, he started going to everyone. But how many people have also received the word? Oh, so it seems like I'm the only one. Then it cannot be the Ruach. Abraham could have easily been confused in that state, going around and asking people for their opinion when the Ruach has spoken. Do you know what that means? That in itself is blasphemy. All right? That is undermining the authority of the Creator. So my sheep hear my voice. This is Yah putting an identity on his own. There are many people on this earth and they are all made by Yah. But he says, among all of these people, I have a remnant, I have a sheep, I have a flock, and it's not everyone. So whether you're sitting there comparing notes and listening to people, that is how you fall. Rather than listen and linger on to the spirit of truth, you want to be listening to what? To men. You have chosen a side. So my sheep here, as Esdras says, he says what? He says like a drop as compared to what? A wave. If you want to know Yahuwah's sheep, they are like a flock. Sorry, they are like a drop, what? As compared to a wave. Now look at the sheer magnitude of a wave. And Yah is saying a drop. So you can understand this message is clear cut for those that are selected or elected. And this is how you know whether you are elected or you are not. It is when you hearken to all the words of Yahuwah, not some, all the words of Yahuwah. Shalom.
All right. My sheep hear my voice. Tehillim 143, 9-10. Read, please.
Deliver me, O Yahuwah, from my enemies. I flee unto thee to hide me. Teach me to do thy will, for thou art my Alua. Thy spirit is good. Lead me into the land of uprightness.
All right, this is what we are saying. that he is leading us. He is leading us. Deliver me, O Yahuwah, from mine enemies. I flee unto thee to hide me. Flee out of the midst of Babylon. And then the Most High shows us where to flee. We are fleeing unto him to hide us. Teach me to do thy will, for thou art my Alua, thy rock is good. Lead me into the land of uprightness. Now, David is telling you that he fled unto Yahuwah and asking the Most High to lead him into the land of uprightness. This is the same thing that we're doing. No difference. Okay?
Yeah.
Isaiah 48, 17 and 20. So it's a Ruach that is leading us today. Read, please.
Thus saith Yahuwah, thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Yasharal. I am Yahuwah thy Elohim, which teacheth thee to profit, which leadeth thee by the way that thou shouldest go.
Yes.
Oh,
Continue.
that thou hadst hearkened to my commandments.
No.
Then
Verse 20, I said. It's 17 and 20, yes.
go ye forth of Babylon, flee from the Chaldeans, with a voice of singing, declare ye, tell this, utter it even to the end of the earth. Say ye, Yahuwah hath redeemed his servant Jacob.
All right, so here's the thing. Yahuwah the Redeemer, Kadosh Yasharal, he teaches us to profit, which leads us by the way that we should go.
Oh,
How does he lead us, Shamuel?
the
Through
way
the Ruach?
through the Ruach in the way that we should go.
Through the Ruach of truth, which leads us into all truth. The Ruach that dwells in us, that speaks to us the words of the Father, that leads us into all truth. So when the Most High brings these things to us through the Ruach that dwells in us, that is him leading us by the way that we should go. So going out of Babylon, he is the one who is going to lead us into the way that we should go. That's it. Simple. Isaiah 49, 8 to 14 and 18. Read, please.
Thus saith Yahuwah, in an acceptable time have I heard thee, and in the day of salvation have I helped thee, and I will preserve thee, and give thee for a covenant of the people, to establish the earth, to cause to inherit the desolate heritages.
All right, this is speaking about Hamashiach, but it is speaking of the time that we are in now, the end time. The end time covenant to cause us to inherit the desolate heritages, rebuilding of the kingdom. And verse 9 says,
that thou mayest say to the prisoners, go forth, to them that are in darkness, shew yourselves. They shall feed in the ways, and their pasture shall be in all high places.
So how will Hamashiach say to the prisoners, go forth?
Through the Ruach Amat.
All right. Just want to get that. Verse 10. Now,
And
what did I say?
maybe some are waiting to hear a big voice sounding in the sky on the clouds. It's time to go. All right. That's what many are waiting for. But the differentiator of Yah's sheep is that the Ruach is only given to what? To his sheep. They hear his voice. So these wicked spirits do not hear Alua. So those that are rebellious are not going to hear the Ruach Amat when he speaks. Because what John says that Alua does not hear the prayers of who? Of sinners. So you see that. So Alua is only speaking to who? To those that are what? Are obeying all truth, righteous, obeying all truth. He gives them a good understanding, and his ruach leads them in what? Into all the truth. So that's what's happening now. Let's continue.
Yes. Verse 10.
They shall not hunger nor thirst, neither shall the heat nor sun smite them. For he that hath mercy on them shall lead them. Even by the springs of water shall he guide them.
Oh, he that hath mercy shall do what?
Shall lead them.
And how again will he lead them? Through what medium?
Through, okay, how be it that when the Spirit of truth comes, he shall lead you into all truth.
All truth. Right. Even by the springs of water. And we know when we see springs of water in prophecy, what does that refer to?
The peoples.
And Ruach HaKadosh.
The Ruach HaKadosh.
Yes. Springs, when you see things like springs of water, that's Ruach HaKadosh. When it speaks about sea, things like sea, it's the people.
The people, yeah.
Yeah. But rivers of water, rivers of living water, springs of water, Ruach HaKadosh. So let's go at it again. They shall not hunger nor thirst, neither shall the heat nor sun smite them, for he that hath mercy on them shall
lead them.
And could you give us John 16:13 again, where it says the part said he will lead them into what?
All truth. Howbeit that when the Spirit of truth comes, he shall lead us into all truth.
And what did the other part say about guide again?
On the above verse?
No, the same 16:13.
One sec, I'm just...
John 16:13. Further down it tells you about guide. Let's go there.
Yes, let's go there. John 16:13.
Yeah.
Okay, it says, howbeit when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth. For he shall not speak. Yes. Yeah. He will guide you into all truth.
All right. So let's go back now. He will guide you into all truth.
So it's the Spirit of truth that is doing the guiding.
Yes. And where were we a while ago? I got lost. We were in Isaiah 14.
Isaiah 14, yeah.
Isaiah 40.
49:10.
Yeah. So if the Spirit of truth will guide us into all truth, yeah?
Yeah.
Where was I? Where was I? Oh, it's 49.
49:10. Is it?
Yeah. So it says, for he that hath mercy on them shall lead them, even by the springs of water. Through Ruach HaKadosh shall he guide them. Come on, people, let's get the understanding up. You're saying that this thing that we are doing is not scripture. It is more than scripture. But it's just that we don't have the understanding. And it's so funny, the people who don't have the understanding are the people who make the most noise.
It's always the case, isn't it? Because it's easy, just like Jannes and Jambres, all right? Exactly like that. In this day, there are many like them, opposing Moses again, opposing the prophets and the teachers of Yah again, with no understanding.
Yep. Verse 11.
Yeah. This is very sad. I just needed to take a breather on this one. It's sad. It's sad because we desire everyone to be saved. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes, we have a heart for those we care about. Because when you deny yourself and you take up your stake How much you see, you take up the Most High's burden. His concerns become your concerns. Because the Most High does not desire to destroy people.
Yes.
It is we that harden ourselves, as in the days of provocation. Then all over again, disaster comes. And in the disaster is when we seem to want to call out to Yahuwah. But this time around, he's saying in the book of Proverbs to us, it says, I will laugh at your calamity. I will laugh at your calamity, because when I called,
did not answer.
When I spake,
you did not hear.
Why?
You did
it's
evil.
Because we did evil.
And chose we know that in which I delighted not.
I delighted not. Now you are opposing the Ruach. Do you think the Ruach delights that you oppose in him? I mean, if anyone is in the way, should tell me what happens when the people oppose the Ruach HaKadosh.
That's blasphemy.
Sin against Hamashiach is different. But if you oppose the Ruach, the one that breathes and gives life, you have done something terrible. And I don't know if it's pardonable. Is it pardonable according to scripture?
No.
It's called what?
Unpardonable sin.
The unpardonable sin. Please, as you're hearing this, do not harden your heart as in the days of provocation. The least you can do is apply 1 Thessalonians 5:21, which says what? Prove
all things.
And do what?
Hold fast that which is good.
Hold fast that which is good. Please. Is the reason why we're saying and we're doing this. It's not that we delight to see people destroyed. No. So when you hear the word coming at this space and it's right in front of you, don't let it irritate you. Don't be angered by it. You should sit and ask yourself, why can I not listen to the word? What have I got to lose? Yah is gathering you to be amongst like-minded people. Are you sure this Yah you love? Because why won't Yah gather you with people he trusts? People who can sharpen you. Because an iron does what? An iron sharpeneth an
iron.
When you are in Babylon, nobody is there to sharpen you. They will leave you to remain what? Very dull, very blunt, very insensitive. You are not quickened by the Ruach. And when we cannot hear the Ruach in that way when it speaks, it means that we are still attached to the world.
Yes.
That means we have not denied ourselves.
Which means the love of the Father is not in us.
It's not in us. And a friend to the world is what?
Enmity.
So when Yahuwah is coming down with the plagues, do you think he will spare you?
Hey.
Do you think you are going to be spared? Brothers and sisters, listen, it is love. And this is love. This one is love. A liar is the one that keeps not his commandments. In other words, a liar is the one that keeps not his words. So if you're struggling to hear and understand this word, have meekness. It was going to take only humility. That's why 2 Chronicles 7:14 says what? If my people who are called by my name will do what?
Humble themselves and turn.
The reason why many cannot hear the Ruach Amat is because you don't have humility. Because even if the vision wasn't given to you, at least if you had humility, the Ruach would still do what? Quicken you. Because that's the work of the Ruach, quickeneth. In that, even if a child is the one that the Most High is speaking through, you can easily hear it. But when your heart is charged and it's pumped and it's filled with pride is like cement. It hardens your heart. Then you are what? You provoking the who? The Ruach.
The Ruach. The jealousy.
And you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that if you know your scriptures. Shalom.
All right. Thank you, Ak. Verse 11.
And I will make all mountains a way, and my highways shall be exalted.
I will make all my mountains away. So when he leads us through the Ruach, then all the mountains, all the insurmountable places will be made away. So many of us are choosing where we want to. Many of us are choosing where we want to flee to, right, Shamwal? And
Yeah.
the Most High, I can bet you most people, the Most High did not give us revelation to say, there is where you must go. And in hindsight, in getting this is what happened to us when we had our thing. I don't know of anyone else, but he didn't give me these. You're saying something?
Yeah, I was saying, do you have Baruch there, the book of Baruch?
Yes.
A quick one.
Yeah.
2 Baruch 29:2.
Oh, second Baruch.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to look for it online. Let me get.
Oh, you don't have it? Okay.
Second Baruch
29 verse 2.
Mm-hmm. Verse 2.
Yeah. I want everyone to see.
Not ready for that as yet. That one is not fit for airplay.
All right, let's go.
It has to go through the broadcasting commission before it becomes fit for airplay.
I apologize for jumping protocol.
Or remind me at the time. You'll know the time when it is due. So remind me at that time.
Right.
All right?
Okay. All right.
All right. So, yeah, we were... yes, I was saying that I can speak for where we were. That we were not given these visions that those were the place, that was the place. We did it because we thought that it was a fulfillment at this time. But now that we're getting all of this, then now I am realizing that many of us have fled and are fleeing without instructions. And there's a reason the Most High made that happen. And this is not making an excuse. When Moses was leading the children of Yasharal, he led them in the wilderness for 40 years. Why? There were things that needed to come out of them. So the Most High allowed others to flee to different places to have certain experience. Because right now, I have so much experience from my experience, that wherever I go among people, I know what to do, what not to do, what to expect, what not to expect, what to know is coming after I see certain things happening. I have now have a PhD in fleeing. So that is for it was training.
Yeah.
And it is also for different people, because I saw things highlighted out of people that they did not know. I remember a sister that was saying that, when I was by myself, everything was so okay. I thought I had it. And now I've come together with people, I realize how deficient I was. Yes? That's what it brings out of you. It makes you realize your shortcomings. So the Most High puts us together in those things to put us through the Moses thing, where you go at different places, have different experiences.
Yeah.
Right? But what happens is that most of us have fled under our own leading, and now the Most High is showing that this is where now I want you to go. Just like with Moses. He said to them, no, Moses, pick up camp. move on. Time to move. The Most High is saying no, as he said with Moses. No. All right, you were there. That's good. Now it's time to move. Now, what do you do at this time? What do you do? Oh boy.
And how can you be a believer, a follower of the way, all right, follower of Hamashiach, and not understand this very core principle, which says that the Spirit blows where it wants to blow?
Oh.
How can you be a believer in this time and not know this principle? Because knowing this means that anywhere you end up is not, it's just temporary. Anywhere you go, anything can what? Can happen. Anything can happen. Look at Joseph living where? In his own country, and he hears a Ruach say to him, it's time to do what? To flee, to run to Egypt, to Mitzrayim. In that time, if Joseph didn't have his emunah in Torah, in the word, in the spirit, guess what he was going to say?
Nope.
Nah. This is exactly what is happening over and over again. So this core principle should be right here in your forefront here all the time. Because if you are led by the Ruach, remember, he says all truth. So there are many truths. So being here is not the end. You can be blown where? To another place.
Yes.
The moment you stop listening to the Ruach, your journey with the Ruach has come to an end. Not that the Ruach has come to an end. Your journey, because you are incapacitated now. You cannot take any more instruction because what? Because you are not listening. You are refusing to be led. And oftentimes where we are going to be led to is at the uncomfortable places because there is something in us that Yah wants to prune out. So the more you are tossed to and fro, the more your foundations are shaken, the more you let go of many of these things that Babylon has taught you, to come to a place where you absolutely depend and rely solely on who? On Yahuwah. Let's continue.
Yeah. So let's go. 49:11. All right, verse 12 says,
Behold, and I will make all my mountains away, and my highway shall be exalted. Behold, these shall come from far, and lo, these from the north and from the west, and these from the land of Sinim.
They shall do what?
They shall come from far.
They shall come
from far.
Now, many people who believe they're just going to be sitting in Babylon, sitting wherever they are, or they might even leave and might go in the bushes. And that's it. It's speaking about the end time. It says, these shall come from far. And we're going to see later how they will come. But it says, these shall come from the north and from the west, and these from the land of Sinim. Shall come. Verse 13.
Sing, O Shamayins, and be joyful, O earth, and break forth into singing, O mountains, for Yahuwah hath comforted his people, and will have mercy upon his afflicted.
Continue.
But Zion said, Yahuwah hath forsaken me, and my Yahuwah hath forgotten me.
So this is the end time when people actually have reached to the point, nothing's going to happen. In peace and safety. Yes?
Yeah.
Thinking that everything is going to continue as normal. Yeah? No,
Yeah.
Yahuwah won't. We have been hearing this all along. Yeah? People are going to be complacent and thinking that Yahuwah will not deliver. Okay?
Yeah.
So, verse 18 says,
lift up thine eyes round about, and behold, all these gather themselves together.
Oh,
and
stop there. This is end time. All these gather themselves together. Remember Zephaniah 2, gather yourselves together?
Yes.
So this now we're going to match up. Remember in Zephaniah it says gather yourselves together, but it did not tell what they did. Here now we have what they did. Read it again. Start from the top, Shamuel.
All right. Thy children shall make haste.
No.
With 18.
All right, you can read from 17 into 18. Yeah.
All right. Thy children shall make haste. Thy destroyers and they that made thee waste shall go forth of thee.
All right, so
Lift
stop
up-
there.
All right.
Stop
cool.
there. So the children shall make haste, and we're going to see what the children shall do. But the destroyers and they that made thee waste shall go forth of thee. So the wicked are going to empty the place, and his children are going to move forward. That's what's going to eventually happen. Verse 18.
Lift up thine eyes round about, and behold, all these gather themselves together, and come to thee. As I live, saith Yahuwah, thou shalt surely clothe thee with them all, as with an ornament, and bind them on thee, as a bride doeth.
You see?
Yeah.
Those who gather themselves together. What have we done in just a word here, Shamuel?
Gathering ourselves together.
Oh. Yes. And what do we do when we gather ourselves together?
We come to Yahuwah.
This is Jerusalem, I think this is speaking about. Yeah? We come
Yeah.
to thee.
Yeah.
So the Most High is directing us to the land. We're not saying that place is Jerusalem or that place is Zion. We're not saying that. We're saying that is where he directed us.
Yes.
And we're going to show that he tells us that he's going to take us into the wilderness and then he's going to bring us into Zion. So it's two different actions. Okay? But they
Yes.
gather themselves together and come.
To thee.
Why are these people saying that this is not scriptural? What is wrong? Go ahead.
They come. They are not forced.
Yes.
When my sheep hear my voice, they do what? They follow.
Mm-hmm.
So they come willingly. They don't fight. Could be
Yes.
bad. It's bad. Man, that can be the voice. Then rather than them have wisdom and search out if the word is really of the Ruach, they come quickly with hasteness. And then they start calling and shaming and calling names and mocking. And they forget that they doing all these things to who? To the Ruach,
Yes.
not to the man who is giving it.
Yes.
If it was me, you can insult me all you want. I'm happy to be insulted. But you don't do it to me. You don't do it to Brother Kazak. You don't do it to any prophetess or prophet out there. You do it to who? To the Ruach. So these gather themselves together and they come to thee.
We
Now,
could
Yeah,
close
go ahead.
everything. We could close off everything right now. We could drop the mic and leave right now. Seriously. This is conclusive to those who are saying it is not scriptural because of ignorance. Because all of a sudden everybody's a teacher. Yeah. Verse 19.
But now I think you left the very juicy part which says, as a bride doeth. Now, what comes to your mind when you see as a bride doeth? This takes us back to Revelations, isn't it? The 10 what?
Yeah.
The 10 virgins, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not Revelation though.
Where's it? Sorry.
Matthew something.
Matthew
Is it?
25. Yes, Matthew 25. That reminds me of the story of the 10 virgins. 5 were what?
5 were wise,
And 5 were?
foolish.
We are about to have the very same thing. Those that are going
Mhm.
to end up saying, if only I had known.
Mm-hmm.
If only, man, why didn't Brother Simon come and force me to see it? You cannot be forced because the word says They gathered themselves together. That is willingly. You see, this is your will. I have said before you life and death, blessings and curses, but you must choose what? Yahweh is not going to choose this for you.
Choose life.
You must choose what? Life. Choose life and come to thee. It is a willing thing to do. So Yahweh is saying, as I liveth, saith Yahweh, thou shalt surely clothe thee with them all as with an ornament, and bind them on thee. So last week, what was the title of last week's message? The final seal of perfection.
Yes.
So you see Yahweh here again emphasizing in this word, and bind them on thee. He's putting his seal. He's putting the lock. He's sealing his people.
Wow.
And please, oh, can you see it? He's sealing his own. And his own are not 2 billion, 9 billion. Stop looking at the world. You are looking at the world and you are measuring it up to what Yahweh can do. Shaul says he can raise up stones and turn into what? Into his children. Look at Gideon. When Gideon was sent to bring an army, how many people did he bring?
330,000 first. And then went down.
Exactly. He came with numbers because our human nature always what? Goes to what is obvious. And what is obvious is not that which Yahweh is trying to do. So you are waiting to see masses of people flocking. Hey, we're going. Hey, I got my passport. Hey, and that's not how it's going to happen. I'm just showing you that the deception is real. You might miss it because Yahweh is putting the final seal of perfection on those that hearken to his voice and do that which is called them to do. You want to die knowing that you did all he said. What is the whole duty of man? Is to fear Yahweh and keep some of his commandments? No.
All.
All right.
All right. So we're still in guiding us through his Ruach. He will guide us through his Ruach to do his will for us. So we have to stay away from sin and iniquity, and he will guide us in the way that we should go. So you were speaking about this earlier when you were speaking about his commandments, Shamuel.
Yeah.
John 3:7-8. You spoke about this.
Yes.
Let's read it through, please.
Marvel not that I said unto thee, ye must be born again. The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, but canst not tell whence it cometh, and whither it goeth. So is every one that is born of the Ruach.
All right.
Amat.
And we did John 16:13 several times. So Psalm 32:5-10.
But before you go there, it says the wind bloweth where it listeth. So the wind carries, the Ruach carries his own where it pleases.
Yes.
Where it pleases him.
Yes.
And thou hearest the sound thereof. When we hear the voice, we know this is the voice. We are moving. That's why we are so convinced right now, isn't it?
Yes.
We are going. And then it says, but we, how do I express what the Ruach has said to me? How do I express it to you? You have to be of a sheepfold to feel it, to hear it, to sense it, but canst not tell whence it cometh. So if I tell you the Ruach is going to speak to me again in the next hour, I'd be lying to you because I don't know when again the Ruach is going to speak to me. So do I know my tomorrow? No. I do not know. Why? Because I am led by the Ruach. and with that goeth. He says, so is everyone that is born of who?
The Ruach.
So how can you be comfortable where you are? That is a clear indication that you are not doing the will, nor do you know the Father. Because if you knew the Ruach, then you know that, man, nothing is certain when it comes to the Ruach. Tomorrow he might tell you, give everything you have to somebody. And what are you going to do? Are you going to hold back and say, no, that cannot be the Ruach? That is a clear indication to tell you that you are not fully trusting and you are not being led by the Ruach. All right? Go ahead, Ak.
Psalm 32, 5-10.
I acknowledge
that we are looking at the part that sin and iniquity has to do with us being able to hear or to be guided. Continue.
I acknowledged my sin unto thee, and mine iniquity have I not hid. I said, I will confess my transgressions unto Yahuwah, and thou forgavest the iniquity of my sin. Selah. For this shall everyone that is holy pray unto thee in the time when thou mayest be found. Surely in the floods of great waters they shall not come near unto him.
So here we go. Gather yourselves together before the day pass as a chaff, before the fierce anger of Yahuwah. What is saying, everyone that is holy, pray unto the Most High. Leave off from sins and iniquities, pray unto the Most High, and he will forgive you. And then when the floods come, they shall not come nigh unto you. Verse 7.
Thou art my hiding place. Thou shalt preserve me from trouble. Thou shalt compass me about with songs of deliverance. Selah.
I
will instruct thee and teach thee in the way which thou shalt go. I will guide thee with mine eye.
Here we go. Here's the first. Verse 7 is David speaking, right? And verse 8,
yes.
It is Yahuwah.
Yes.
Thou art my hiding place. Thou shalt preserve me from trouble. This is our hope. And he's directing us to the place where is our hiding place, where he can take us away from trouble. And the Most High is confirming in verse 8 and say, yes, I'm going to instruct you and teach you in the way which you should go. I'm going to guide you with mine eye. You're saying something, Shamuel.
I will instruct you, and now you are refusing the instruction. Oh, Father, reveal your mysteries, your deepest mysteries to me. Oh, Father, show me your way. I will instruct thee and teach thee. Are you learning from what Yahuwah is teaching you? Are you doing that which Yahuwah has instructed you to do? Because he says, I will teach thee in the way. You see what? In the what? In the way. Those that are in the Ruach are those that are what? In the way. I will teach you in the way which thou shalt go. I will guide thee with mine eyes. So he has his eyes on his own, like the sparrow, isn't it?
Yes.
Those that are refusing to heed to his word, I doubt he has his eyes on them. Because what Yahuwah hates is rebellion. What Alua is not well pleased with is what is this contention that we have, the contentious spirit. We want to take on his word. Nah, he didn't say that. He don't mean that. And this is what we're talking about. Please flee from your own imaginations. Flee from self. All right? We keep on.
And remember, this reminds me, what we see happening reminds me of what happened in Jeremiah, when Jeremiah was prophesying them being handed over to Babylon.
Yeah.
And this prophet was prophesying peace. No, things are going to continue. We're not going to fall.
Yeah.
And he kept prophesying until the Most High got rid of him. We notice the things that those people who are claiming this is not so and this is that. We're not trying to convince them anyway, but we're saying that it is equivalent. They present a softer, friendlier, more comfortable alternative, which is usually to stay in Babylon.
But isn't that a great sign to show you that that prophet has not the spirit of the Ruach of Yahuwah?
Yes.
Because you can never be comfortable, especially when you know the first principle I just gave. The spirit listed. It blows where what it wants. It listed, isn't it?
Yes.
Where it wants to go. Is there comfort in that? How can you be comfortable knowing that you do not know? So when bro, let's go on. Like as you said, we're not trying to convince. It is love.
Yeah.
It is love. That's what we speak. We speak love.
And not only that, Shamuel, the word is so profound. The word is so profound. If people still do not believe, it means that it is not for them. So we don't have to convince. Just
Yeah.
So verse 9 says, so he says, I will instruct thee and teach thee in the way which thou shalt go. I will guide thee with mine eye. But Shamuel, he gave a caution. He gave a caution in the next verse. Say, yes, I will guide thee. But, verse 9.
Be ye not as the horse or as the mule, which have no understanding, whose mouth must be held in with bit and bridle, lest they come near unto thee.
All right, drop the mic again.
Spoken.
He will instruct us and teach us in the way. He will guide us, but he's cautioning us, and don't be like the horse or the mule. When we speak to you, you are rejecting and rebelling it. And so I will have to just come and grab onto you and pull you to let you obey. Huh?
It's easier to obey than to experience a wrath, the punishment, the being dragged.
He's actually saying, I'm not going to come and drag you and pull you. You have to have the desire, like David, to say, you are my hiding place. You shall preserve me from trouble. Because this is very important. Here now, Shamuel, is what I said. Remember we said earlier that most of us did not get a revelation.
Yeah.
A direct revelation and said, this and Most High was there showing us that this is the place I want you. So we have our own hiding place. But David is saying, thou art my hiding place. You shall preserve me from trouble. So the different hiding places that we already have, David is saying that you are my hiding place. And then the Most High says, all right, I am your hiding place. All right, this is where you should hide. And me wanting to remain where I am is my own hiding place. That is not Yahuwah's hiding place for me. Oh,
wow.
boy.
Wow. Wow.
Man.
All of these are conclusive statements. It's almost as if we can end it on this.
Yeah, exactly. But it gets worse or better, whichever way you look at it.
I mean, if you go ahead, while you're looking for it. If you have the fear of Yahuwah, can you be comfortable right now as you're hearing this? I mean, can anyone be comfortable? Anyone really with the Ruach, the fear of Yahuwah? Can you be comfortable hearing so many warnings flying at you? I'd be so uncomfortable. And even as I'm speaking, man, inside of me is something just whew. Wow.
Boy, what an ear to hear, let them hear. That's why we're not gonna try to convince anyone. What an ear to hear, let them hear. All right. 2nd Ezra 16:74. Read from 74, please.
Hear, O ye my beloved, saith Yahuwah, behold, the days of trouble are at hand, but I will deliver you from the same.
All right, and we know that that is the time that you're in, right?
Yeah.
Verse 75.
Be not afraid, neither doubt, for Allah is your guide.
Allah is our guide. We are not our own guide. We are not our own protection from trouble. Verse 76.
And the guide of them who keep my command. and the guide of them who keep my commandments and precepts, saith Yahuwah Allah. Let not your sins weigh you down, and let not your iniquities lift up themselves. I mean, bro, I even said this earlier on without seeing the scripture.
Yes,
I mean, the
yes,
Ruach led me to say this very same thing. Now
yes,
here comes the word to affirm it.
yes.
There must be sin. You must introspect in your life. There must be something that is causing you to know here. There is something. I mean, it's here in the way we examine. This is not religion. We examine ourselves because we want to be sure. We only got one life, one chance. And we want to make sure that we are doing that which pleases Yahuwah all the time, not sometimes, all the time. So if you cannot hear, what you need to be asking yourself is, why am I fighting this? Wait, why am I fighting this? Be like Gamaliel and say, what if it is Yahuwah I'm fighting? So he says, you are lacking in something. Because Yahuwah will only guide those that are doing what? His
Them who
commandments.
keep my commandments and precepts.
And it
So,
says, saith
yeah.
Yahuwah Allah. Go ahead.
So a rejection of this could be a manifestation of our spiritual state.
Yes.
That's why I was saying we don't have to fight anyone. We just want to put it out there for those people who have an open mind and to reassure those who are in our camp to let them know that this is the way. But for those who reject it, it's not to try to convince those who reject it, because my sheep know my voice.
Bro, let's suffer for what is right, all right, for righteousness' sake. Brothers and sisters, we are pleading with you. Do not be on the wrong side of Yahuwah, all right? For righteousness' sake,
Yes.
don't be on the wrong side of Yahuwah, all right? Let Yahuwah be your dread. We are told. Isaiah says, let Yahuwah be what?
Your fear, and let him be your
fear,
dread.
and let him be your dread. So please, we love you, all right? The Most High hasn't fully unleashed his wrath. So we are pleading with you as brothers, as loving brothers and concerned brothers and sisters, and we say, heed to the word. Prove it. All right, prove it. If you want to. If that is what it will take, prove it. Don't be on the bad side of the Most High. Sanctify Yahuwah of hosts himself, and let him be your fear.
And let him be your dread. And he shall be, continue in 14.
And he shall be for a sanctuary, but for a stone of stumbling, and for a rock of offense to both the houses of Yasharal, for a gin and for a snare to the inhabitants of Jerusalem.
Verse 15.
And many among them shall, and many among them shall stumble and fall and be broken and snared and be taken.
Sanctify Yahuwah Sabaoth himself, and let him be your fear, and let him be your dread. So when he speaks, hey, oh boy, let's go back. Second Esdras, verse 77.
Woe be unto them that abound with their sins, and covered with their iniquities, like as a field is covered over with bushes, and the path thereof covered with thorns, that no man may travel through. Now, this is pride. Do you see that? That is a vivid description of pride. It's like a field that is covered with what? Bushes, thorns and thistles. You are so prideful that no one can speak to you. Everyone is scared to advise you. People are even scared to encourage you. It's like he's going to take offense. If you have that nature, verse 77 is describing you, liking you to this. No man can get through to you, and neither can the Ruach. All right?
And so guess what, verse 78, yes. It is left undressed. Like a sore that is left undressed and just keeps festering.
Ooh.
And is cast into the fire to be consumed therewith. Wow.
Wow.
Tehillim 73, 22 to 24. I am telling you. Go ahead, Ak.
So foolish was I, and ignorant. I was as a beast before thee. Nevertheless, I am continually with thee. Thou hast holden me by my right hand.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt guide me with thy counsel, and afterward receive me to glory.
So, thou shalt guide me with thy counsel. Now, many people, if they don't get these revelations for themselves, Shamuel, they are not going to believe. Yes?
Yes.
He gives us counsel through other people. But many people have to hear it for themselves. Many people have been getting counsels and they differ from this. Yes? And they differ from this. And so they reject this. Thou shalt guide me with thy counsel. It is his counsel that will guide us. And afterwards receive us the splendor.
But now see, this is why we keep saying, even if you're gonna die, you want to ensure that you are dying or you died doing what? Doing the commandments of Yahuwah. This is the whole duty. So when the Ruach is telling you, okay, this is your last final journey with me, I want you to march towards this side. Are you going to say, no, I'm not going? This is what many are doing. Oh, he's going to save me in Babylon. Oh, the angels are going to come and gather us in Babylon. What is wrong to be obedient all the way into glory? And this is what it is. Being faithful. Yeah, go ahead.
And what the effect is? The effect is on trivializing those who bring the word and turn the blame on those who bring the word, so as not to appear that you are rebelling against Yahuwah. So the appearance is if you are siding with Yahuwah against these false people.
So pretense.
Yes. Oh boy.
Wow. Blaming people in order to hide your insecurities. In other words, your sins, to make yourself feel good as to why you are being disobedient to Yahuwah. I wonder how long that is going to hold. Would it hold before the Most High in the day of judgment? Can any man lie to Yahuwah?
Nope.
So why are you making yourself believe in that strong delusion? Because that's a delusion. You know it's not going to work before the Most High, yet why are you doing it? Why are you raising false accusations against his servants? Why are you bringing railings and revilings and all these things against his people, against his word? How are you going to be able to justify yourself before the Most High?
Oh boy. Yeah. So let us look at how it will be in the end. So we looked at all of that. We're looking at the fact that there will be a division of believers in the end. And we've looked at this several times. That there will be some believers that will be accounted worthy to escape what is coming upon the earth. And some believers that have to go through everything that is happening on the earth. Okay? So, Revelation 12, 14 to 17. Where am I? Oh. Yeah, Revelation 12, 14 to 17. Oh, these things have started slowing down again. Revelation 12, 14 to 17. 14 and 17, right?
Yeah.
14 to 17. Okay. All right. So here's the division here in Revelation 12. Read, please.
And to the woman were given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness, into her place, where she is nourished for a time and times, and half a time from the face of the serpent.
All right, so this is Yasharal. All right?
Now, yeah,
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
this also is speaking very clearly why we ought to flee from the midst of Babylon, because where is the seat of the serpent?
The seat of the serpent in Babylon.
It is in Babylon.
Yeah.
So Yah is now drawing us out so that we can be hid what? For a time.
Yeah.
To be hid from the face of the serpent.
Half a time. 3.5 years.
To be hid from the face of the serpent. And still people don't want to get out. Let's continue. 15. And the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away of flood.
And you know, this flood, I'm thinking about this water.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about, because a lot of people speculate about this water. I'm thinking about false rockets, false spirits, and all sorts of pollutants.
Yes.
Because in the end time, Satan is trying his best to pollute this world to the T.
Yeah. That's exactly that. Hence it says Babylon is filled with what? Every what?
Foul spirit.
And an unclean bird. Every hateful bird. That is why today when you speak the truth, people hate you. What do you think is causing the people to hate you? Is that spirit that is cast out from the mouth of the serpent. These spirits, these unclean spirits.
And we know, let me tell you something. I am seeing this and I'm saying this and I'm saying, I don't know if other people are seeing it. People seem to have been resigned to their fate. It's like we have a walking Sheol out here. Hardly anyone is turning to the Most High where I see. Hardly anyone wants to hear about the Most High. It seems that the water that has been cast out has just totally polluted everyone. And it's only the true believers we see going after. I don't know if you have seen it.
But what are these waters? Okay. I think the Ruach is causing us to dwell here. Let's dwell here. Let's examine this. All right. Cast out out of his mouth water. All these foul, deceiving Ruachs. All right. The one that is described in 1 Timothy 1 Timothy 4 verse 1, if I'm not mistaken. Seducing spirits. All these seducing spirits. This is what Yahuwah is telling us. This is what is going to blind people. And what do these seducing spirits do? They present comforts, opposition to the word, to make it hard for you to obey.
Yes.
Now the spirit.
All right, go ahead.
Now the spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall what? Depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and the doctrines of devils.
Hey. And it tells us all of the different things.
Speaking lies and hypocrisy. The word comes that the word Yahuwah is calling you now. You find someone comes there and says, "Sister, what do you think? Don't you think those brothers are like?" That is hypocrisy. Causing you to what? To be snared because they are deceiving you to join arms with them. Yet when they see us, they smile with us. But behind our back, they are busy spreading falsehood.
Whoa.
This is the hypocrisy we are talking about. These have already fallen from the truth. These are not trying to fall from the truth. They are only masquerading with the truth, but the truth is not in them. Because Yahuwah says in these times, he's going to put his what? His spirit, his laws in us.
Yes.
Anyone who has a Ruach in them cannot what? Cannot be a hypocrite. And because these people have been doing this for such a long time and they have failed to hear the Ruach over and over, guess what? Their conscience become what?
Seared.
With a hot iron. In other words, they cannot be pricked by the word anymore. So you see why earlier on we were saying the Ruach was saying to us when he said The reason why many cannot hear this word in this time is because what? There is a sin in them. And I kept saying that the Most High has been quickening me to speak to somebody out there because unforgiveness is blinding somebody. Anger is blinding somebody. The spirit of covetousness, jealousy, hatred is blinding
Envy.
someone who is listening. Envy.
All of those.
Envy is what is blinding you. Why? Because you have believed the words of the seducing spirits.
Anger.
Wow. Lady, you
Why?
wasn't here.
Yeah, verse 15.
And the serpent
no,
cast
verse-
out,
Verse
Okay.
16.
and the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened her mouth, and swallowed up the flood which the dragon cast out of his mouth.
Verse 17. That was those who were in the wilderness. And here's
Yeah.
the second set, those who choose to remain. Verse 17.
And the dragon was wroth with the woman. Why? Because the dragon failed with those that escaped into the wilderness, isn't it? So now the dragon comes back again to now find the remnants, just as in the days of old in Egypt, Brother Kazak. You remember those who were left, some of the Yasharalians who were left in Egypt.
Yeah.
This was their fate. And the dragon was wroth with the woman and went to make war with the remnant of her seed, which keep the commandments of Allah and have the testimony of Yahusha.
Yes. And many among these will be martyred.
Yeah.
And so they will be exalted in the end. So just showing you two sets of people there. Two sets. And then let's go again to those in the wilderness. So we just showed those in the wilderness, Revelation 12:14. Those not in the wilderness, Revelation 12:17. So let's show you the prophecy of those in the wilderness, Exodus 20, Ezekiel 20:33 to 38. Because there's some people have got think that his chosen people is not going into any wilderness. I got one of those comments. Verse 33.
All right. As I live, saith Yahuwah Allah, surely with a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm and with fury poured out will I rule over you. And I will bring you out from the people and will gather you out of the countries wherein ye are scattered, with a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm and with fury poured out.
All right, so here is the wilderness. So here is where people get fooled when it says, "Will gather you out of the countries." All right, he will gather us by what he places on our hearts through his ruach.
Yeah. Guide.
Yes, guide you. Verse 35.
And I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there will I plead with you face to face.
Now, this has not yet been fulfilled because there has not been a second Exodus. So how can people say that they are not going in the wilderness when Revelation 12:14 plainly tells us that the woman is going in the wilderness? Verse 36.
Like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Mizraim, so will I plead with you, saith Yahuwah Allah.
Continue.
And I will cause you to pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant. And I will purge out from among you the rebels and them that transgress against me.
Yes.
I will bring them forth out of the country where they sojourn, and they shall not enter into the land of Yasharal. And ye shall know that I am Yahuwah.
He will cause them to leave the countries, bring them forth out of the country where they sojourn. So our people are scattered all over and sojourned. Going into this place that the Most High sent us is not a guarantee that we are going to enter into the land.
Yeah.
We are going to go through the same pleading as the children of Yashrael went through in Mitzrayim. Okay? So it is not going to be a stroll in the park.
Yeah.
So we know that there are two options: to stay and go through Satan. I would prefer to be at the hands of Yahuwah than have to go through the hands of Satan. What about you, Shamuel?
I'm like, are you really asking me that question? It sounds like you want to leave me behind.
Because these are the two different scenarios.
Yeah.
Those who remain are going to be at the mercy of Satan.
Yeah.
He's going to make war with those who remain. But those who are in the wilderness are going to go under the high hand of our Father Yahuwah Sabaoth, in which emunah, or faith, is going to be the currency with which we use to go through.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in this part of the journey, I can't overly emphasize that faith is a currency, as Brother Kazak just said, because faith means trust. Faith means absolute, right? Absolute trust, not in man, not in yourself and what you can do, but absolute reliance and submission to who? To Yahuwah Sabaoth.
Yeah.
All right. So without that, your faith is going to be wavering. In other words, you're going to be doubting the word that comes. When you hear it, you're going to go and want to verify it with 10 other people. And that is what it is. That is having that wavering faith, because you have not trusted in Yahuwah with all what? All your heart, and neither have you leaned onto what? His understanding, but you have leaned to your own understanding. And you are not acknowledging him, because why? You have rejected the word, or you are doubting. The only hindrance to faith is what? Is doubt. All right. So let's put on that faith, which is the only means by which we can please Yahuwah.
All right. So here it is now, Shamuel. We just showed Revelation 12:14 that some will be going into the wilderness. We showed Revelation 12:17 that these will remain. We just showed Ezekiel 20:33-38 to show us the people in the wilderness. Now, what about those people who remain at the mercy of Satan? What is going to happen with them? Revelation 13:7. Read, please.
And it was given unto him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. And power was given him over all kindreds and tongues and nations.
You see that? You see the choice?
Yeah.
The choice for remaining. Remember, in Revelation 12:17, it says, the dragon was wroth with woman and went to make war with the remnant of her seed. Here it is. It was given unto him to make war with the saints and to overcome them.
He didn't go to make friendship.
No.
It's not going to be a love affair. It's going to be hate. Now, the beginning, the curse between what? Chua and who? And Satan is actually going to play out here. That enmity. War.
Yes. Yes.
War.
Yes. And
War.
he's going to overcome them. So what do we want to do? To sit back in here, wait on him, and be at the mercy of Satan to overcome you?
Nope. I wouldn't do that.
No. What a choice. What a choice. Anyway. So, whoa. Time. So let's see now. Let's just see from the wilderness into Zion. We're looking at the wilderness side. We just saw Revelation 13:7 that Satan will overcome. So what's going to happen from the wilderness into Zion? That's Yeshayahu 35, 1 to 10. What's that? What went like that? What's that? That's my thing?
No, I guess it's me. Sorry.
Oh, okay. What's that? El Pedro!
Hey,
What's
brother.
going on, Ak? You're good.
We're right here by the grace of our Lord.
All praises to the Most High.
Hallelujah.
Yeshayahu 35, from the wilderness into Zion. Let's take a look at it.
The wilderness and the solitary place shall be glad for them. Wow. Okay, let me start again. I wasn't anticipating this one, all right? So the wilderness and the solitary place shall be glad for them, and the desert shall rejoice and blossom as the rose.
Wow. Verse 2.
It shall blossom abundantly and rejoice even with joy and singing. The glory of Lebanon shall be given unto it, the excellency of Carmel and Sharon. They shall see the splendor of Yahweh and the excellency of our Alua.
Yes.
Strengthen ye the weak hands and confirm the feeble knees. Say to them that are of a fearful heart, be strong, fear not. Behold, your Elohim will come with vengeance, even Alua with a recompense. He will come and save you.
Continue.
Then the eyes of the blind shall be opened, and the ears of the deaf shall be unstopped. Then shall the lame man leap as an hart, and the tongue of the dumb sing. For in the wilderness shall waters break out, and streams in the desert.
All right. Again, we say the waters and the streams refer to Ruach.
And
people will be transformed. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for ending with that. People will be transformed. And before, when we started, I heard a word that says that some of you will receive your healing when you flee.
Yes.
All right. This is a word of confirmation. Some of you have been waiting on this word to know what to do. And this is what the Most High is saying to you. Trust in me with all your heart and do as I am telling you to do, and you shall receive your healing.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Verse 7.
And the parched ground shall become a pool, and the thirsty land springs of water. In the habitation of dragons, where each lay shall be grass with reeds and rushes.
Verse 8.
And an highway shall be there, and a way, and it shall be called the way of holiness. The unclean shall not pass over it, but it shall be for those, the wayfaring man. Though fools shall not err therein.
Verse 9.
No lion shall be there, nor any ravenous beast shall go up thereon. It shall not be found there, but the redeemed shall walk there.
The redeemed shall walk there. That's the way of holiness. Verse 10.
And the ransomed of Yahweh shall return and come to Zion with songs and everlasting joy upon their heads. They shall obtain joy and gladness, and sorrow and sighing shall flee away.
So here is the process. We're brought into the wilderness, and we go through the trials and the tests and the different things. And if we are found, if the sin is purged out of us and the pride and everything is purged out of us, then we are going to be filled with the Ruach, transformed as it were, and we shall return and come to Zion. So it's not going to Zion immediately. It's a process. It is a process. All right? So let us go up to Zion. Now, Jeremiah 31, 6 to 17 tells us again that we shall come. We shall come. Many people do not realize that, yeah, many people do not realize that it's a conscious action on our part. We shall come. Jeremiah 31. What did I say? 5 to 16. Let me see where. 6 to 17. All right, read please.
For there shall be a day that the watchman upon the mount Ephraim shall cry, Arise ye, and let us go up to Zion, unto Yahuwah our Alua.
Let us go, right? Continue.
For thus saith Yahuwah, sing with gladness for Jacob, and shout among the chief of the nations. Publish ye, praise ye, and say, O Yahuwah, save thy people, the remnant of Yasharal.
This is where we are at this particular point. The remnant of Yasharal and the remnant of Yasharal who are in captivity, the house of Judah that's in captivity, they need to be saved. What did the Most High say in verse 8?
Behold, I will bring them from the north country and gather them from the coast of the earth, and with them the blind and the lame, the woman with child and hair that travaileth with child together. A great company shall return thither.
So what's the most powerful what's the most powerful word in here? Let me give you here.
A great company shall return.
What's the word?
Return.
Return. What we are seeing here when the Most High is calling us back, we're going to show that it's calling us back, he's calling back Judah. That's what he's doing. The house of Judah and the house of Yasharal, primarily Judah. We're going to see later. The great company shall return thither. Verse 9.
They shall come with weeping, and with supplications will I lead them. I will cause them.
What were we saying about the leading? Led by what?
The Ruach Amat.
All right. So these people are going to volunteer to return. This Ruach is going to tell these people, time to go. Move.
They shall come
Continue.
with weeping. I know people that arrived with weeping. All right. So the word is fulfilled there.
Yep.
They shall come with weeping, and with supplications will I lead them. I will cause them to walk by the rivers of waters in a straight way, wherein they shall not stumble.
All right, finish.
For I am a father to Yasharal, and Ephraim is my firstborn.
What is the operative word in these? Let me give you a choice. Make it easy. What's the most powerful word there?
I will cause them to cause.
Cause. This mark of the beast. They are not forcing us to take it. What are they doing? They are
causing us.
And when they cause us, we take our own actions, and so we are responsible for our own actions by taking the mark. So the Most High will cause us and he will lead us, which means that we will take our own action. This is why we're trying to tell people that this is what the prophecies are saying, but because we read the Old Testament prophecies without thinking that we have Ruach Akadosh in us, and he will cause us to walk by the rivers of waters in a straight way. And of course, we said rivers of waters refers to the Ruach.
The Ruach, yeah.
In a straight way, that means he's going to show us exactly where we need to go.
So, in other words, he will counsel us with all his Ruach, the Ruach he gave to Yahushua Mashiach. All his Ruachs, because there's waters with an S.
Yes.
So the spirit of the fear of Yahuwah, I'm sure we all know it. I don't even need to list it. The spirit of the fear of Yahuwah, the spirit of wisdom, the spirit of might, the spirit of what?
Knowledge, spirit of understanding.
Spirit of understanding.
And the
So-
fear of Yahuwah.
So in this time, when you don't have understanding, it means what?
Hey.
Are you seeing this? We're
Yeah.
going back again to Torah. If you do not have understanding, it means what? Examine yourself by what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you are failing to understand, and also if you are refusing to heed to the word, then you also don't have the spirit of the fear of Yahuwah.
Yes.
So you realize that all these spirits, these waters that Jeremiah is talking about, you realize is not leading you anywhere because you have to be swept by the Ruach to the right place,
Mm-hmm.
wherein they shall not stumble.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are not led by all these Ruachs of the Most High, you are going to what? Stumble, fall, and be what? Be broken, snared and be broken,
And taken.
and taken, not even left. You will be taken as well. And this is what we're talking about. This is it. Everything ties in back to what? To obedience. To obey is better than sacrifice.
Verse 10.
Hear the word of Yahuwah, O ye nations, and declare it in the isles of Pharoah, and say, he that scattered Yasharah will gather him and keep him, as a shepherd doth his flock.
All right. Verse 11.
Therefore they shall come and sing in the heights of Zion.
No,
And
verse
shall
11.
Verse 11. For Yahuwah hath redeemed Jacob, and ransomed him from the hand of him that was stronger than he.
Continue.
Therefore they shall come and sing to the height of Zion, and shall flow together to the goodness of Yahuwah. For wheat, and for wine, and for oil, and for the young of the flock, and of the head, and their soul shall be as a watered garden, and they shall not sorrow any more at all.
All right. And shall flow together. I highlighted flow together there. The flow together there actually means assemble.
Mm.
Assemble.
So flow together. All right.
Yeah.
They shall gather themselves.
Yes. Then verse 13.
Then shall the virgin rejoice in the dance. Then shall the virgin rejoice in the dance, both young men and old together. For I will turn their mourning into joy, and will comfort them and make them rejoice from their sorrow.
Yes. Continue.
And I will satiate the soul of the priest with fatness, and my people shall be satisfied with my goodness, saith Yahuwah.
Yeah. Continue. Okay. All right. Verse 16. For time's sake.
All right. Thus saith Yahuwah, refrain from thy voice from weeping, and thine eyes from tears, for thy work shall be rewarded, saith Yahuwah, and they shall come again from the land of the enemy.
Hey.
They shall
All
come.
of us shall come from the land of the enemy, from the land where we are captive.
But
That's the call.
but go up. There's a place where it says, I am the shepherd. I don't know where that was. Okay, there. 10. Hear the word of Yahuwah, O ye nations, and declare it in the isles of Pharoah, and say, he that scattered Yasharah will gather. He that who did what?
Scattered.
Scattered Yasharah will do what?
Gather him.
Will gather him. You see, this is not automatic, because coming back from the scattering, there must be one lesson that any of us have learned, which is what? To not harden our hearts and to have
As in
all
the
humility.
prophet mentioned.
Yes.
Yes.
Because it says the consumption decreed shall what?
Overflow
With
righteousness.
righteousness. So the righteous are not proud. The righteous are meek. They are humble. And being humble means that when the time comes to gather, all right, Yahuwah says, he that scattered Yasharah will gather him and keep him, as a shepherd doth his flock. So when he says, if my sheep do what?
Hear my voice.
And
Know
they
me.
know
Follow
me.
me.
and they follow me. So now
Hey.
the Ruach is speaking. Are you seeing how I'm tying this thing together? Now the Ruach is
Yes.
what? Is speaking. So if you cannot hear his voice, then it means you do not what? Know him.
You're not his
And
sheep.
if yes, sorry, the sheep, yes. And if you do not know him, will you be able to follow him?
Nope.
It's impossible. That means now it's time to self-examine. You need to examine yourself. If ye be in the faith, please, this is not we are not chancing here. You need to examine yourself and see what is causing your blindness, what is holding you captive, what is drawing you back, what is holding your heart. Because the good shepherd is leading his flock back to what? His greener pastures. All right. Shalom.
Now, Ak, you might have to buy another mic after this verse. So you're gonna have to drop it. Verse 17, read it, please.
And there is hope in thine end. Woo, saith Yahuwah, that thy children shall come again to their own border. Now, where's that border? Where is that place? Well,
Shamuel.
You don't want me to break this mic, do you?
Shamuel.
Hey,
I thought what we said was not scriptural.
hey,
Which border?
the children will do what? They will come again to where?
To-
To their where?
Woo!
Let's see.
Yes. Hallelujah.
Hosea 1,
Yeah.
10 and 11. And the same thing
Hallelujah.
that you're saying. Romans
One
9.
at a time. Uno por uno. Hosea 1, 10 to 11.
See here.
Hey. You mean, Amakai? Come.
And it says,
No, Amakai.
110.
You got echo.
No,
Like Shamuel.
no, you
Yes.
see where it says, you shall carry us back, and where it was said, we were not his people, it shall be said, we are his people. And it's
Yeah.
the same place. You see that, get the understanding here. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for this one. And then when you finish, you give us the other. Shamuel, read this one, please.
Yet the number of the children of Yasharal shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, ye are not my people. Where it was said unto them, ye are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, ye are the sons of the living. This is the seal of perfection. May Yahuwah be glorified in all his ways.
Mm.
May Yahuwah be glorified. The very land from where they were scattered, the
Yes.
very land from where they were shamed, the very land from where they were dispersed, is the very self same land Yahuwah is bringing all his sheep back.
And then
This
after
is
that,
the-
verse 11.
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Listen,
I told you about today. I warned you beforehand.
Whew.
Verse 11.
Oh, yeah.
Hallelujah.
Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Yasharal be gathered together and appoint themselves one head, and they shall come up out of the land, for great shall be the day of Jezreel.
Mm.
Oh my goodness. Listen. And this ties down with Brother Ephraim's dream as well. When the river swept him, he jumped into it, knowing that the river would take him somewhere to a land, and it brought him to a safe land. And when he was brought to the shore of that land, he was
Yes.
told to pick up stones. And the number of stones he was told to pick up was 12 stones. And he put the 12 stones where? In his pocket. has kept his own. That is the seal of perfection.
Mm. Woo.
How can the Most High be a liar? I don't even understand. Who is still doubting Yahuwah? Who is the good shepherd?
Mm. Yahusha says he's a good shepherd, isn't it?
Man. Whew. Hey, I'm not gonna tear up, man. This is it.
Amikai, you had another verse, Amikai?
I was just saying that, like, the one precept for it, it was mentioned again in Romans
okay.
9. You can look at it. Romans 9, chapter 25
Yeah, I remember.
to 26.
Yeah, I remember that. All right, since it's the same thing, we don't need to reference it. For the sake of time, we have a lot to go through now. Still. But this teaching feels like it's the last teaching we really need to do. That's how it feels, anyway. But thank you very much for that, Amikai. So, and there is hope in thine end, saith Yahuwah, that thy children shall come again to their own border. But
wow.
We still need the mic to use, so we won't drop it.
I mean 16 into 17. Like let's ponder replay.
Yes.
All right. It says, that saith who? Not brother Samuel, not brother Kazak. That saith Yahuwah. Refrain thy voice from what? Weeping, and thine eyes from tears, for thy work shall be rewarded. You know what work this is? Your obedience to the Ruach.
Yay.
For following his word all the way back into the border where he dispersed us. All the way you obeyed him. You have been faithful in keeping his word. You have been doing Torah. Your families are broken apart. Your friends are mocking you. The nations are using and abusing you and are jabbing your family members. This is what Yahuwah says. You have travailed through it all. Why do you want to be cut short in the final obedience? It says, for thy work shall be rewarded. Those that are faithful to the end, your work shall be rewarded, saith Yahuwah. And they shall come again from the land of who?
The enemy.
From the land of the enemy. And it says, and there is hope in where? In thine end.
Before you go to the land of the enemy.
Yes.
For those people who are in places like the United States.
Yeah.
Canada. United Kingdom. France. Germany, the rest of the nations in Europe. These are the enemies. We shall come again from the land of the enemy. Even this land that I am in is the land of the enemy, because the head of state is the queen.
Yeah.
We shall come again from the land of the... Go ahead.
Yep. And there is hope in thine end. But there is no hope. The hope is not for everyone.
Yes.
The hope are those that come out from the land of what? Of who?
The land of the enemy.
Those are they that can hope, because their hope is in who? Is in the one that is leading them, the Ruach. And there is hope in thine end, saith Yahuwah, that thy children shall come again to where?
Their own
to their
border.
own border.
And this also means, Ak, that these people to whom it is referring are not in their own border, not in their own country.
Done, dusted. We are, look, it's dusted. There is no, I mean, I'm hoping those who need to see can see. You are not in your own land. That's what Yahuwah is saying. You were driven out of your land. So if you are in some land out there, this is your assurance to know you are what? You are not in that land that Yahuwah did what? Chase his children from. Now, if you claim that land where you are to be your land, are you a child of Yahuwah? Are you one of his people? All right, you will answer those questions by yourself. So it says, there is hope in thine end, saith Yahuwah. Thou saith Yahuwah, that thy children shall come again to their own border.
Right. All right, let us continue. Let's get sweeter and sweeter. Who are these that fly as a cloud? That's the question we want to answer. All they gather themselves together, they come to thee. Yeshayahu 60 verses 1 to 9. Yeshayahu 60, 1 to 9. Let me get this thing up. Up, oh, it goes. What's happening here? Is it? Oh, I'm trying to share the screen. All right, go ahead, Ak.
All right. Arise, shine, for thy light is come, and the glory of Yahuwah is risen upon thee. For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the people. But Yahuwah shall arise upon thee, and his glory shall be seen upon thee.
Isn't this what we were speaking about earlier? That there's a darkness upon the earth, and that it seems as if everybody has already made up their mind, and almost no one else seems to be interested in the Most High?
Yes.
This is time. This is it. Verse 3.
That is a gross darkness where people don't care anymore. They are not interested in the truth. But you see, if you have a religious mind, you'll be sitting there waiting for literal darkness. You see how lack of understanding? You'll be sitting there waiting. When is this darkness coming? All right. Verse 3. And the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and kings to the brightness of thy rising.
So this is why the Gentiles also quick among us, Shamuel.
Yeah.
Even gathered before us.
Come to thy light. What binds us? Torah, light, covenant, commandment. Yes. That's it. Because the covenant is with the house of who? Yasharal.
Yes. And kings to the brightness of thy rising. So the people, the kings in the world know what time it is, right? But they act as if they don't know. But their policies are showing that the policies that they are setting up are to counter the words of the Most High. So they're setting up their fourth industrial revolution because they know that Hamashiach is coming soon to destroy it. So they're setting up a new world order, one world kingdom that they believe is going to be so strong that nobody can fight them.
Yeah.
Nobody can war them.
They are creating their own Garden of Eden here. That's what they are doing. Connectivity. Yeah.
Verse 4.
Lift up thine eyes round about and see. All they gather themselves together. They come to thee. Thy sons shall come from far, and thy daughters shall be nursed at thy side.
So tell me something now, Shamuel. We are in this verse that tells that they'll be sitting in Babylon waiting. You tell me. You tell me where in this verse you can find even something that gives you a hint. They'll be sitting and waiting.
There is nowhere. I don't see anywhere.
And when it speaks about, when it speaks about to thee, it's speaking about Zion.
Yeah.
That's another thing.
Yeah. Yep.
Lift up thine eyes round about. You are saying something?
No, go ahead.
Lift up thine eyes round about and see. All they gather themselves together.
And still they cannot see it.
That's what we're doing.
It's
gathering
happening now.
Together. Go ahead.
It's happening now and they still cannot see it.
Yes. They gather themselves together and they come to thee. That's what they're doing.
And the word says, to be able to see them, you've got to what? Verse 4. To lift up.
Oh, lift up that. Oh, yes.
there is a work that is required.
Yes.
In order to see, you've got to what?
Lift up thine eyes.
eyes and look unto the author and finisher of what?
Amen.
Of your faith, in order to be able to see this. If you not
why?
Yeah, go ahead.
And why do you need to lift up your eyes?
Hmm.
The darkness.
The darkness
that is upon the earth. Thy sons shall come. Thy sons shall come from far.
But now the sons and daughters despise Zion. Because Zion is calling out to them and they do not want. They have loved Babylon so much that they now hate where they were taken from.
Yep.
This is what is happening. Their hearts are so pumped up, charged, and they love pleasures instead of righteousness. And that's what is happening.
To come from some parts of this world, Shamuel,
yeah,
it takes a 2 days journey.
Yes.
Some of the flights 20 odd hours, and then you have to take 2 flights, another flight from somewhere else. And
connecting, yeah.
Thy sons shall come.
Just 2 days.
Yeah. Thy sons shall come from far. So, there are some people who believe, for example, that United States is Yasharal. These things show them, what are they going to do? Come and go to United States? I don't know. When everyone wants to leave that place.
Have you got Isaiah 11:14 in the Brenton edition? In the Brenton translation, please open it. Let's see.
That is
Isaiah 11:14, yeah. And then open in Brenton, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
And they shall fly in the ships of the Philistines. All right. And they shall do what? They shall fly in the ships of the Philistines. They shall at the same time spoil the sea, and them that come from the east and Idumea. And they shall lay their hands on Moab first, but the children of Ammon shall first obey them. All right. So they shall fly in ships. Wow. And these are the ancient people speaking, prophesying in aircrafts in their time.
Yes. This is aircraft. We'll soon come to that.
All right.
All right. All right. Where were we again? Oh, we were at Isaiah 60. Oh, so easy. To get off. Yeah. Verse 5.
Then thou shalt see and flow together, and thine heart shall fear and be enlarged, because the abundance of the sea shall be converted unto thee. The forces of the Gentiles shall come unto thee.
All right, so when we are assembled, the Most High, just like in Egypt, some point along the way, the Gentiles, the riches of the Gentiles will be given to us once again. Verse 6.
The multitude of camels shall cover thee. The dromedaries of Midian and Ephah, all they from Sheba shall come. They shall bring gold and incense, and they shall shew forth the praises of Yahuwah. All
right, and verse 8, because verse 7 is just saying the same thing.
Verse 8. Okay.
Yeah, verse 8.
Who are these that fly as a cloud and as the doves to their windows?
People, are you understanding what this is saying? These people didn't. Isaiah saw something in his dream or his vision, but he could not. He had a way of putting it that they flew as a cloud and as the dove to their windows. This fly as a cloud is the airplane.
And what flies like the doves with wings?
Airplane. as the doves to their windows, like when the dove alights on the window. So he saw the airplane flying and he saw the plane landing, and he compared the landing to when the doves landed on the windows.
Yeah.
These are our people returning in airplanes. And we just saw in Isaiah 11:14, it tells us, they shall fly upon the shoulders of the Philistines, or fly in the ships of the Philistines. So the ships there, let me look at King James to look at what shoulders mean here. Shoulders actually means upper end of the arm, speaking about clothed, side piece, lateral projection. But Brenton says it is the ships of the Philistine, and fly in ships, we know that that would also be airplane. Okay?
Yep, definitely.
So this is the people returning in airplanes, verse 8. Verse 9.
Surely the isle shall wait for me, and the ships of Tarshish first, to bring thy sons from afar, their silver and their gold with them, unto the name of Yahuwah thy Allah, and to the Holy One of Yasharal, because he hath glorified thee.
All right? So here is the thing now. This is one thing that has not been brought out yet to me. Whether there will be a second bringing of people in the ships. Because there are some people who believe that cruise ships will be bringing back people. So we don't know if this will be a second journey. If he will call some of his people first and then call some after, or cause some after to be in ships. But what I do know is that he has shown me it's time to go. And it's time to move fast. So he's not telling me to go in ships.
Yeah.
So we have to obey what he tells us to do. So we're not sitting and waiting on ships. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm saying, and where will he be gathering them from? Isaiah 11:11. Unless you're going to come to it.
Isaiah 11:11. Let's go. I don't think I had dealt with that. Yeah, go ahead.
And it shall come to pass in that day that Yahuwah shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria and from Mitzrayim and from Pethrus and from Cush and from Elam and Shinar and from Hamath and from the islands of the sea.
All right. So I'm right here. This is me here. Those people in the United States. The United States is spiritual Assyria and spiritual Egypt.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
As is England. England is also spiritual Egypt. And Patros, Cush, and from Elam and from Shinar. Elam in Iran. But some of these people are scattered over the different places, and some of these places take on also spiritual meanings as well. Okay? So we are there. Did we finish 11? 9. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's where we are. So we went to that. Now we're gonna look at. We're gonna just do it complete. We are gonna look at a couple of what should we say? Couple of claims that people use to negate what we are saying. So stop there. So one of them is Jeremiah 51, I think 10, when it says, let us go everyone into his own country. We had a misunderstanding. I had a misunderstanding of this few months ago as to what the own country mean. I thought the own country meant the country that we were in. But that is why it's good to be moved by the Most High, but when the Most High moved me and showed me this, I had to revisit it. And when I revisited it, I was like, wow, it was right there before us. It was right there before us.
Yeah.
Trust me, read Jeremiah 51, verse 9 to 10, please.
We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her, and let us go everyone into his own country, for her judgment reacheth unto Shamaim, and is lifted up even to the skies.
Let us go everyone into his own country. So where is his own country? Read the next verse, please.
Yahweh hath brought forth our righteousness. Come, and let us declare in... Can anyone else see it? I mean, Yahweh has brought forth our righteousness. Come and let us declare in Zion the work of Yahweh, our Alua.
So where is our own country? Our own country. His
Zion.
own country.
Zion.
Zion. It was right there before our eyes and I couldn't see it.
Wow.
Because guess what? It was for the time. Things
Yes.
had to happen first.
Yeah, but remember what we said earlier on? When you are led by the Ruach, you are quickened. It is a Ruach that quickeneth.
Yes.
All right.
All right. So Jeremiah 51:45.
And this is such an invitation. I'm still stuck on that word. Sorry, I'm still stuck on this one. Wow.
So every man, so the implication of this, Shamuel, is that every man coming out of Babylon is to return to Zion.
Yes, it's to return to Zion. I mean, it's clear. Return, because it says Yahweh has brought forth our righteousness. What is this righteousness? Thy righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth. So I told you, when you cannot hear this word again, what does that mean to you? That your righteousness is lacking. There's something that is happening to you. You are being blinded by something, and you ought to examine. The word is examination. Yahweh hath brought forth our righteousness. Come, Yahweh is calling. Isn't what Yahweh is saying? Flee, 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 flee. And those who decided to flee, Yahweh didn't leave them to figure out where to just go. The good shepherd always does what? Gathers. He gathers, not scatters. So he's gathering. He's scattered now. He's gathering into what? Into one barn. And what is that barn? Zion.
Zion.
And let us declare in Zion, the work of Yahuwah, our Alua. So who is doing this gathering? Whose work is this?
Yahuwah.
Is it Brother Shamon's work? Is it Brother Kazak's work?
Yahuwah.
This is it. This is it.
Yirmiyahu 51:45. Kick it, please, because people there believe. I was speaking with someone the other day, and they were telling me that fleeing out of the midst of Babylon means coming out of, the corruption and all of that. But it is much more than that. It is physically moving out of Babylon. Yeah?
Yeah.
But we could not get this full understanding until this time. If we did it, we couldn't get it until this time. Well, we had to go through certain things first. Jeremiah 51:45. Read, please.
My people, go ye out of the midst of her, and deliver ye every man his soul from the fierce anger of Yahuwah.
Go ye out of the midst of her. Come out of her. And Jeremiah 50:8 says,
remove out of the midst of Babylon, and go forth out of the land of the Chaldeans, and be as the he-goats before the flocks.
all right. Yeah. Remove out of the midst. Come out. And go forth out of the land of the Chaldeans. What is that saying? To physically come out of
Yeah.
their land.
Approach
Right,
yourself.
Samuel?
It takes you. You must do it.
Yes.
You've got to take yourself, your belongings, right? And then you do what? You skidazzle out of that place. All right. You ski. If you have to ski out, you ski out. If you have to swim out, you swim out. If you have to fly out, do but whatever it takes, you have to do it and flee.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you got to do.
And be as the he goats before the flocks. That means you are the leader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think the book of Enoch even affirms that. It says to be leaders in these times. I can't pick the right scripture, but it says something like that. We must be leaders in these times to lead this dark world. Right? Wow.
Another one. Children of Israel shall come. Using this to show that it is actually coming back to Zion. Jeremiah 50:48. Could you read, please?
In those days, in that time, saith Yahuwah, the children of Yasharal shall come, they and the children of Judah together, going and weeping, they shall go and seek Yahuwah their Aloha.
Right, as we say, they shall come to the land. And what will they do when they come? Verse 5.
They shall ask the way to Zion with their faces thitherward, saying, come and let us join ourselves to Yahuwah in a perpetual covenant that shall not be forgotten.
So here we have it. They shall come and ask their way to Zion with their faces thitherward. What does that say? That says they're actually, actively, passively moving, going to Zion.
And wait, I just forgot that verse. But there was an earlier verse we showed, which says, by the waters will be a straight way.
Yeah.
All right. So now it's saying what? It's saying with their faces thitherward, straight way.
Yes.
Saying, come and let us join ourselves to Yahuwah. So where are you going to go join yourself with Yahuwah?
Zion. So how can you have your face thitherward after you ask the way? They shall ask the way to Zion with their faces thitherward. You're going to ask of Yahuwah, and he is going to tell you and lead you thitherward.
So many things are beginning, so many scriptures are beginning to make so much sense now. Now this is just,
I told you.
wait. Let's examine this. Okay, let's examine this. So returning onto the ancient path, isn't it?
Yeah.
So where was this ancient path?
Zion. Go back to the old path.
Go back to the old path.
Which is a good way.
Which is the good way.
And you'll find rest for your souls. But they said, we will not walk therein. You see that?
And they're saying the exact same thing today. They're saying the exact same thing today.
Man, let's go there. It's Jeremiah 6:16, I think.
Oh, man.
Jeremiah 6:16.
Just pull the word out just like that.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. Oh, man.
Go ahead, Ak.
Thus saith Yahuwah, stand ye in the ways and see, and ask for the old path. Where is a good way? And walk therein, and ye shall find rest for your souls. But
What
they
they
said,
said?
we will not walk therein. Wow. And check verse 17. And this is what is happening now. This is prophetic. Also, I set watchmen over you. Remember, I will give you teachers after my own heart, so that when the
Whoa.
time is right, I will feed my flock. All right. Now look at what Yahuwah is doing. And I also set watchmen over you, saying, hearken to the sound of the trumpet. Remember what Ezekiel says, raise your voice and shout like what?
A trumpet.
Doing what? Showing my people what?
Their transgression.
So because of your transgressions, you don't want to cleave to the voice of Yahuwah. But they said what? We will not what? Hearken.
Hearken. Can you imagine we seeing all of these prophecies come to light before our very eyes?
Everything is matching up. The straight path all the way to Zion. Straight. Clarity.
But Samuel, you're gonna have to drop the mic a little further down. Continue.
Therefore,
Continue.
hear, ye nations, and know, O congregation, what is among them.
What is
Here.
among the nations?
Yasharal.
Yes. But hear what the Most High said.
Hear, O earth, behold, I will bring evil upon this people, even the fruit of their thoughts, because they have not hearkened, unto my words, nor to my law, but rejected it.
Man. Man.
Even the fruit of their thoughts, I will what? I will bring evil. You see those that are saying this is from Satan?
Yes.
You see those that are blaspheming the Ruach? Do you hear what Yahuwah is saying? I will bring what?
Evil.
Evil where? Upon their
The
thoughts.
fruit of their thoughts.
This is why they speaking ill of the teachers, calling them false prophets, because they have never known the Ruach of Amat, the Ruach Amat. This is it. Why? Because when I called, they did not what?
Answer.
When I spake,
They did not hear. What's Psalms 81? No, is it? Where's it again? When I called, they did not answer. Anyway,
it is Proverbs 1 verse 24.
yeah. Proverbs 1, yeah. Yeah, from 22.
How long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? And the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge.
Hey.
Turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit unto you. I will make known my. You see there? The testimony of Yahusha is the spirit of what?
Prophecy.
He says, I will pour out my spirit unto you, and I will make known what? My words unto you. Because I have called, and ye refused. I have stretched out my hand, and no man did what? Regarded. But ye have set at naught all my counsel, and would none of my reproof. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh. When your fear cometh as desolation, and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish cometh upon you, then shall they call upon me. But guess what? I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me.
Whoa.
For that they
For that-
hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of Yahweh.
Mm-mm.
They would none of my counsel. They despise all my reproof. Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way and be filled with their own devices.
Mm-hmm.
For the turning away of the simple shall slay them, and the prosperity of fools
Mm.
shall destroy them. But whoso hearkeneth unto me shall dwell safely
Hey.
and shall be quiet from fear of evil.
Boy, these scriptures are coming to life, man.
You can
Very
even check.
profound.
You can even check Jeremiah 7:13 as well. Same story, precept upon precept, line upon line.
Jeremiah 7.
13. And now, because ye have done all these works, saith Yahuwah, I spake unto you, rising up early and speaking, but ye heard not. And I called you, but ye answered not. Therefore will I do unto this house, which is called by my name, wherein ye trust, and unto the place which I gave to you and to your fathers, and as I have done to Shiloh, I'll cast you out of my sight, as I have cast out all your brethren, even the whole seed of Ephraim. Therefore pray not thou for this people. Okay, so you heard the Most High saying this. Therefore do what? Pray not thou for this people. Because why? John says that Yahweh does not hear what?
Prayer of sinners.
The prayers of sinners. All right. So those who reject the word as it's coming, this is verse 16. This is for you. Therefore, pray not. We are not supposed to intercede for you because the word is not far off. It's not in the ocean, or is it on a mountain, or is it in the sky for you to say we cannot do this word. It's right before you, is here.
Mm-hmm.
So the Yahweh says, therefore, pray not thou for this people, neither lift up cry nor prayer for them, neither make intercession to me, for I will not hear thee.
I will not hear thee. Whoa, boy. This is serious.
We can go to Isaiah 65:12.
Isaiah.
Because we have to, you see, as you said, this really is that last message. It sounds like it.
Yes. Isaiah 65.
Verse 12.
Oh, this is the God, the God worshippers. Those who worship God and were want to stop worshiping God.
All those that do not heed to the voice of the word of Yahuwah, they always end up what? In the slaughterhouse.
Yes.
All the time. Those who refuse to incline their ears. Yeah, go ahead.
So this one, we got to understand that this one is for those who worship God.
Yes.
Those of our people who in the end time will prepare a table for that troop, and that troop is God. All right. So let's see what's gonna happen to the God or the God worshippers. Verse 12.
Therefore will I number you to the sword, and ye shall all bow down to the slaughter, because when I called, ye did not answer. When I spake, ye did not hear, but did evil before mine eyes, and did choose that wherein I delighted not.
Mm-hmm.
So this is quite clear. It's obedience is better than sacrifice.
Right.
Humility. Yes.
Oh, we did that. The children of Israel shall come. We did this. We did part of it.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't go over to 6. Go over to 6, 7, and 8, please.
All right. You can scroll there.
Oh, sorry. Let me. Yeah.
My people have been lost sheep. Their shepherds have caused them to go astray. They have turned them away on the mountains. They have gone from mountain to hill. They have forgotten their resting place.
All right, so this is our people moving all over the place, from mountain to hill, from country to country. We are migratory people. You know, some people, they go to leave Jamaica, they go to live in England, then they go over to Canada to live, then they go over to America. I know one person who did Canada and America. I know one did England and America. Yeah. They go astray. They have turned away on mountain to mountain. Of course, again, it can also mean religion. You have people who move from one religion to the other, and people say, "Oh, what you believe in today?" When I tell them, I say, "Oh, everybody every day is believing something new." From mountain to mountain, they have forgotten their resting place. And verse 7 says,
All that found them have devoured them. And their adversaries said, We offend not, because they have sinned against Yahuwah, the habitation of justice, even Yahuwah, the hope of their fathers.
all right, so then this is when it tells us to remove out of Babylon. So these people, they know who we are, and they say, they feel justified to treat us this way because they say we have sinned against Yahuwah, so Yahuwah is not going to say anything. Right? So we're going to look at the fact that wisdom guides the righteous man who flees. When the righteous man is fleeing, it is wisdom through Ruach HaKadosh that is going to guide him. It says in Wisdom of Solomon 10, 6 to 12. This is the account, I think, of the children of Israel. Let me see. 6 to 12. Let me get this thing up. Go ahead.
All right. When the unholy perished, she delivered the righteous man, who fled from the fire which fell down upon the 5 cities.
This is Lot, right? Continue.
Yeah. Of whose wickedness even to this day the wasteland that smoketh is a testimony, and plants bearing fruit that never come to ripeness, and the standing pillar of salt is a monument of an unbelieving soul.
Verse 8.
For regarding not wisdom, they got not only this hurt, that they knew not the things which were good, but also left behind them to the world of memorial of their foolishness, so that in the things wherein they offended, they could not so much as be hid.
So they don't regard the wisdom of Yahuwah, so they can't know the things which are good. So they are blinded in their unrighteousness.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
But wisdom did what? Verse 9.
But wisdom delivered from pain those that attended upon her.
Yep. Verse 10.
When the righteous fled from his brother's wrath, she guided him in the right paths, showed him the kingdom of Aluah, and gave him knowledge of holy things, and made him rich in his travels, and multiplied the fruit of his labors.
So here's this. It is wisdom.
Yeah.
When the righteous flee,
yeah.
wisdom is going to guide them in the right paths. So the flee is the action, but while we're taking the action, wisdom will be leading us in the right path. This is what we are saying. That if the Most High leads us and tells us where to go, that is wisdom leading us.
Yeah.
And it will guide us in right paths. Nothing is wrong with the guidance that he's giving us. It is right. And
now
it
look
also
at what.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, no, go ahead. It says, showed him the kingdom of Aluah. That's what I was also going to emphasize.
Yes. So the right paths is to show you the kingdom of Aluah. So the Ruach is not going to lead you into anywhere that is wrong. It is the right path, people. Oh boy.
And it says, and gives them knowledge of holy things. So when
Yes.
you are set apart, in the wilderness, now Yahuwah can begin to do what? Can begin to give you understanding through the knowledge of things that is holy, pure.
Yes.
All right? Pure. Nothing can defile you in the wilderness. All right? So the Most High teaches and purifies you in the wilderness. So in other words, this call out or this fleeing pertains to what? To being perfected, being made pure.
Yes.
All right, so that our minds are filled not with guile, with foolish things, with sinful things, but are filled with pure things. And remember, you remember Ephraim's dream as well. The other part it says, we were gathered and we were offering what? We were offering sacrifices unto the Most High. So the Most High will teach his people pure and holy things.
Verse 11.
In the covetousness of such as oppressed him, she stood by him and made him rich.
Verse 12.
She defended him from his enemies and kept him safe from those that lay in wait. And in a sore conflict, she gave him the victory, that he might know that goodness is stronger than all.
So wisdom defended him from his enemies and kept him safe from those that lay in wait. All right? That's why I said the earth protected the woman when Satan attacked. When he cast out his water, the earth helped the woman. All right? So in going out, in fleeing, wisdom will lead us in the right path and protect us along the way. All right, so we are now with we have two major things that were claimed that I have to look at. I think it's very indicative that we look at it. Two claims that Matthew 24:31, you can read it up the top.
All right. And he shall send his Malachims with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of Shamaim to the other.
Notice I emboldened elect.
Yeah.
Now someone sent this as a reply and said that we are false prophets because this is how his people will be gathered. And of course, is a Christian who might have a one-liner, and they stick out the one-liner. But there is a difference between the elect and saints. This verse said he shall gather together his elect from the four winds. Elects and saints are not the same. All elect are saints, but not all saints are elect. So elect comes from the Greek eklektos, which means from G1586, select, by implication, favorite, chosen, elect. The elect are the elite, the top, chosen ones, favorites, select out of the saints. All right? Now the saints come from the Greek word hagios, which means sacred, physically pure, morally blameless, or religious ceremonially consecrated, most holy one, most holy thing, saint. So these are very holy, but they are not the elect. The elect are the chosen, choice. And who are, Shamuel, let me pick your mind.
Yeah.
So who do you think would be the end time elect?
Those that are led by the Ruach.
No, those will be saints as well. The end time elect would be the 144,000. These are the elect, select. 12,000 from this tribe, 12,000 from this tribe.
Yes.
Remember, electors comes from G1586, which means select. So those that are gathered here in Matthew 24:31 is 144,000.
From the tribes.
Yes, because his elect are the 144,000 redeemed from among men, Revelation 14:1. These are not the only people who will be gathered. He will also have people scattered all over who reject the beast system. These are the remnant of Yasharal who Satan wars with in Revelation 12:17. Some of them are gonna escape and hold out. Because remember, in the apocalypse of Yeshayahu, it spoke about those wandering from desert to the desert, fleeing from the wicked, and in the end, Hamashiach will gather them. Okay? He will also gather the wheat and the tares in the wilderness to be separated, as when we came out of Egypt. So the wheat and the tares are going to be together in the wilderness. These will also be gathered. Okay? And he will also gather Gentiles who join to Yasharal. Isaiah 14:1-2, Amos 9:11-12. And of course, these are not the elect spoken of in Matthew 24:31. So he will not, the elect will not only be the only persons that he will gather. So you cannot say Matthew 24:31 is how he will gather his people. All right? He's going to gather the people from the wilderness and bring them to Zion. And that is why he's calling us there to be a part of this experience, to be gathered in the wilderness before we are gathered in Zion. Yes?
Yeah.
So you cannot use that to negate the fact that that is how he's going to gather his people. All right? And there's also another gathering. The elect will not be the only ones who will be gathered. That is why in Matthew 25, it tells us of him separating the sheep from the goats. If he was only going to gather the elect, who are the sheep? No, if he was only going to gather the elect, who are the sheep he will gather in Matthew 25 when he comes and sits on his throne? Read Matthew 25:31 onwards, please.
All right. That is why, okay, when the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy Malachims with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory.
All right. So remember, you would have sent the angels to gather the 144,000, the elect already. Verse 32.
Verse 32. And before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats.
Continue.
Shall I go on? And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. Then shall the king say unto them on his right hand, Come, ye blessed of my father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world.
Isn't this a gathering, Shamuel?
It is a gathering.
And he didn't gather them from the four winds as Matthew 24:31.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that negates that point, that claim, that the elect will only be gathered that way. Another one that we need to illustrate, which some people think is a strong point, is this one. Where is it? I will bring you again into the place whence I caused you to be carried away captive. So many people are saying that when he gathers his people, they are going to be brought back to the slave ports. And getting the understanding of this, I'm saying like, whoa, many people have erroneously migrated to Ghana and thereabouts because they conclude that Jeremiah 29:14, let's get it. Jeremiah 29:14. Well, you stay with me with this one, Shamuel. Dig into this one.
All right. All right.
All right, read please. Let me get it up. All right, read please.
And I will be found of you, saith Yahuwah, and I will turn away your captivity.
No. Sorry. Start from 13.
And ye shall seek me and find me when ye shall search for me with all your heart. And I will be found of you, saith Yahuwah, and I will turn away your captivity. And I will gather you from all the nations and from all the places whither I have driven you, saith Yahuwah. And I will bring you again into the place whence I caused you to be carried away captive.
All right. So this appears to be saying that he's going to bring you back to the slave ports.
We get a different understanding. I don't know why we get a different understanding, but anyway, you can go ahead.
We gotta look at the precepts and show what it actually means. So I will bring you again into the place whence I caused you to be carried away captive. Huh?
And where was that? Where was that place?
Don't jump the gun. Don't jump the gun.
Okay, all right. Let me not.
And the operative word here is caused.
Yes.
Caused. Because let's go at it. Let me get this thing. This one I wanted to explain carefully. Sorry about that. Is it this? Yeah. So was it the west coast of Africa where we were caused to be carried away captive? Because it is well known, and I don't hear anyone disproving it, that the children of Yashar were scattered in 70 AD across the continent of Africa. But we have to ask ourselves, where were they scattered from? Where were they scattered from? That's the thing. They were scattered from where, Shamuel, originally?
They were scattered from, they were scattered through the transatlantic slave trade, which is in the West.
In 70 AD, they were scattered from Zion.
Yeah, from Zion, yes. And they migrated all the way down to the coastlands.
Yes. So the slave ports, the several slave ports, are not the holy mountain, is not the holy mountain of Zion.
Yeah.
Because it is for the iniquity of Zion. Let's look at the principle in Lamentations 4:22. It's for the iniquity of Zion that we are scattered all the time. Whenever we are scattered, it is because the iniquity of our people wherever we are headquartered. So verse 22 of Lamentations 4 says, are you there, Shamuel?
The punishment of thine iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. He will no more carry thee away into captivity. He will visit thine iniquity, O daughter of Edom. He will discover thy sins.
The punishment of thine iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. In the end, when it's time to bring us back, the iniquity is the iniquity of Zion, not the iniquity of the slave ports. Because he caused us to be carried away captive because of the iniquity of Zion. So it is Zion that is the place from whence he caused us to be carried away captive, because that is where we committed our iniquity. Psalms 14 verse 7. Read please.
Oh, that the salvation of Yasharal will come out of Zion. When Yahuwah bringeth back the captivity of his people, Jacob shall rejoice and Yasharal shall be glad.
So when he brings back the captivity of his people, where will the salvation come out of?
Zion.
Zion. So he brings back the captivity of his people because of Zion. Yeah.
And isn't there a scripture that says, Zion, a deliverer shall come out of Zion.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that is where the deliverer is coming from. But we want to target where the captivity will return to.
Happen. Yeah, okay.
Because, so Yahuwah will bring back the captivity of his people out of Zion. Zion is the place where we are caused to be carried away captive, because it is transgression against his holy mountain of Zion that caused us to go into captivity after being scattered in 70 AD.
Yes.
Lucas 21:24.
So I'll bring back the captivity of my people. Yes.
To the original place. Luke 21:24.
And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled.
You see that?
Yeah.
It is in Zion that they were caused to be carried away captive. Shall be led away captive into all nations, and Jerusalem shall be trodden down. That is when they were caused. And so that is why, again, so this verse here in Luke 21:24 is referring to 70 AD. That is when we were caused to be carried away captive. You shall be led away captive into all nations, 70 AD. It's not the slave ports that we were caused to be carried away captive. It is in Zion. That is why it says this in Jeremiah 50 verse 4. As you said, it's retreating this, we have nothing else to say. Jeremiah 50 verse 4. Read, please.
In those days, in that time, saith Yahuwah, the children of Yasharal shall come, they and the children of Judah together, going and weeping. They shall go and seek Yahuwah their Alua.
Yeah, continue.
They shall ask the way to Zion.
To where?
To Zion.
All right. With their faces to the word. This is where they will be returning. This is where they will be returning. Jeremiah 30 verse 3. See, that verse is a verse that people will claim and put you in your tracks. Sorry. And stop us in our tracks. Why isn't this? What's going on with this? This is really strange. It's just flash on and off. That is strange. No, it's just flashing on and off. I'll have to restart this this Bible there. Sorry about that. I'll have to restart the Bible. We're gonna go to Jeremiah 30 verse 3. We're gonna see where we are going to return. And this Jeremiah 30 verse 3.
As you speaking, brother.
Yes.
If I begin to tell what the Most High is revealing to me now,
yeah,
many people's jaw is gonna fall down, or probably someone might drop dead. Oh my! This Yahuwah. Yahuwah is I am what? This is serious. Whenever the children of Yashua, Brother Kazak,
Yeah.
are traveling or are going anywhere, who takes the lead?
Yahuwah.
No, in terms of the tribes.
Oh, Judah shall go first.
All right. Now look at this very interesting thing. Look at this very interesting thing. Maybe let me allow you to finish doing this, and then I'll bring that to your attention.
Yeah. Let me just do the verse 3. Jeremiah 30, verse 3. Read, please.
For lo, the days come, saith Yahuwah, that I will bring again the captivity of my people Yasharal and Judah. And saith Yahuwah, I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it.
You see it?
Yes.
I'm not gonna cause them to go to the slave ports. I'm cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, Zion. So those people are claiming that we are false because they are taking them back to the slave ports. And all those people who have migrated to these slave ports, you need to hear this message and wake up. All right?
Yeah.
Please. So in Jeremiah 29:14, the place where I caused you to be carried away captive is Zion, and that is where we are going to return. All right, you can go ahead, Ak.
This is interesting. All right. I'm gonna sit down and dig more into this because I believe this is true. And I'm gonna dig it and find the words. The first nation on this motherland to gain independence in the sub-Saharan was what? Was Ghana.
Yes.
All right. The last nation to gain independence is who on the African soil?
I have no idea.
It's literally South Africa.
Yes?
Bro, listen. The Judeans were taken from the shores of the West, and the Judeans are returning back to the soil in the West. Now, the only nation left to take back the land or take back its land, it's South Africa. That's the only door that is left to be open. And this, I believe, will be opened by Hamashiach and not a man.
Yeah. Wow.
Judah leads.
Yes.
And Ephraim follows.
Yes.
This is the same order that Yahuwah is doing this gathering again.
So yeah,
go ahead.
So I think Ephraim might be down by South Africa.
Ephraim is here. Not that Ephraim might be. The word became so clear in me. Like Ephraim is here. Ephraim is nowhere.
So the Most High put our brother Ephraim in our midst as a sign.
As a sign. Now you've seen it. Now you are seeing this.
Ephraim, my dear son, I have always loved you.
Oh,
now I'll hold you in my arms
goodness.
again.
Ephraim,
where are you?
This is it.
Where is Ephraim?
Ephraim, come. Oh my, this is.
Ephraim, you are given to us as a sign. Is it so?
My father always said that a man should not cry. So, but I think I will cry now.
Wow. Only thing though, South Africa is south, and it's supposed to be the Northern Kingdom. So how you deal with that, Shamuel?
Wow.
That's the trick. They turn it.
Huh?
Because in that dream that I had, when I went to my village, I was like, that is the hardest place to ever gather men. But all the men that were coming to our small circle were coming at ease. It's like they knew home.
Oh.
And he was sent to gather the people from his place, from his village. And there was a, there was a river, a body of water there where they were stuck.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you, Shamwal.
So there was another dream that I had where I was back home again in my home village, and I was sent to take everybody out. So as we were approaching the river to cross, there was this sort of like, you see, this olden German officers, police in those World War.
Yeah, SS.
He was standing there, ready to pull out the gun to shoot us. So I don't know what happened, but I just stretched my hand towards the edge, the bank of the river. Sort of like power just hit towards the edge as a warning to him that you shoot, I'm going to send this power to you. So he just remained there and couldn't shoot. But our direction was headed straight to the northwest.
Yeah.
Don't give it away. No.
Huh?
He's not supposed to give it away. The
Not supposed to
direction
give
the direction he was taking towards leads to that place. Leads to the exact location of the place of the land.
Okay.
Yeah. So for security purposes, we cannot disclose any of these things. All right.
Yeah.
But every you see, everything is orchestrated by the Most High. I would sit here and I would lie to you, and I wish I wanted to. I wish I could, but unfortunately, everything spoken here is the truth. All right. There is no joy in leading people astray, and I doubt that's what the Most High intends to do. But everything is prophetic all the way down to this. I remember the first time in the year, when was Clinton president again? Which era? Which year was that? In the 90s. He traveled to Africa and he came to Ghana and he said, Ghana is the gateway to Africa. Pay attention to their words. You can Google it, you can research it and find it for yourself. Ghana is the gateway to Africa. And ever since that time, that is when all these world state leaders started visiting Africa more often to the different nations. So all these, they know what is happening. They are very aware. Very, 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 very aware. Satan is aware of some of these prophetic things and always moves ahead of his time to interject, to block out people. I told you it's not a coincidence why South Africa has continually been tainted as a xenophobic nation, as a nation that hates foreigners, because they want to make the place disgusting, that the last place the chosen people would ever look to in terms of Yahweh's gathering would be this place. It is all systematically and deliberately done by the enemy. So unless you are led by the Ruach, you will not have eyes for this place and you will not see. So this is this is prophetic. And I say this without a shadow of doubt because I don't doubt the word. The word is as accurate as I'm giving it.
So Shamwal, how you rationalize the north and south though?
It will pull together. Hence I said I will sit down and go through. You know me, when I say I'll sit down and go through this, I'm going to sit down and go through this. And the word will come. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. So this is someone saying something?
I remember the trick they played on us with the earth and how they turn things upside down and tell us lies. So probably north and south is different. It's the opposite.
Yeah, I've heard that before. I've heard people say that. That north is south and south is north. Yeah. All right. All right, so we're gonna look at those that are left behind of Judah must be at a certain place. So let's go to 2nd Ezra 13. We're gonna cut that down. Not gonna go so long. Oh man, my thing is malfunctioning. I can't get. I'll probably have to use let me go. I'll have to go on the internet for this. 2nd Ezra 13. All right. No. All right. So this is speaking about when. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is a dream that was received by Esdras, and I think the angel. Yeah, the angel is actually explaining to Esdras what the dream means. So let's take it from 34. This is when a multitude shall come together to fight against Hamashiach. Go ahead, please.
And an innumerable multitude shall be gathered together, as thou sawest them, willing to come and to overcome him by fighting. But
Yeah,
he
let's
shall
continue.
stand. But he shall stand upon the top of the Mount Zion, and Zion shall come and shall be shewed to all men, being prepared and builded, like as thou sawest the hill graven without hands. And this, my son, shall rebuke the wicked inventions of those nations, which for their wicked life are fallen into the tempest, and shall lay before them their evil thoughts, and the torments wherewith they shall begin to be tormented, which are like unto a flame. And he shall destroy them without labor by the law which is like unto me. And whereas thou sawest that he gathered another peaceable multitude unto him, those are the 10 tribes, which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanasseh the king of Assyria led away captive. And he carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land.
All right. So this is the 10 tribes, the last 10 tribes. They were carried away into another land. But notice it says here, whereas thou sawest that he gathered another peaceable multitude unto him. He drew them by his ruach, right? Never forget that. Go ahead, Shamuel.
But they took this counsel among themselves, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into Euphrates by the narrow place of the river. For the Most High then shewed signs for them, and held still the flood till they were passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half, and the same region is called Asareth. Then dwelt they there until the latter time, and now when they shall begin to come, the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again, that they may go through. Therefore sowest thou the multitude with peace. Okay, I think Brother Kazak fell off. All right, he should join back shortly. And this is very this is very interesting. I know if brothers, if you have anything to add on, you can speak as well, right? You can share as well. This is getting interesting and interesting and interesting.
Hey, shalom.
Shalom.
Where was I? Not hearing anyone. Oh. Shamuel.
Yeah.
Yeah, power cut here, but I'm using my phone.
I mean
Let's see.
that's pretty obvious, isn't it? I would
Yeah.
also have cut off your power if you were saying things like this. If you were trying to give your last message, as you said, why should you say last message?
Yeah. Yeah, alert the enemy.
Yep.
All right. So they were trying to pass over, right?
Yeah.
And the Most High held the floods till they passed over. So they physically passed over the floods, but they are going to return, and they're going to return the same way they came, which is to pass back over.
Yeah.
So continue verse 45 onwards.
Let me see. Share the screen.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half, and the same region is called Asareth. Then dwelt they there until the latter time, and now when they shall begin to come.
All right, stop there. So there are many people in the US, for example, that say that there is Asareth, and that's the last 10 tribes. But notice what it says, in the latter time, latter days, which is now,
Yeah.
it says they shall begin to come. What does that come mean, Shamal? It means that they're going to return
Yeah.
the same way they came. Verse 47.
And the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again, that they may go through. Therefore sowest thou the multitude with peace.
That is the 10 tribes. They're going to return. Verse 48.
But those that be left behind of thy people are they that are found within my borders.
Those that be left behind of thy people are they that are found where?
Within my borders. The very same people they are calling Hamites. Confusion.
No, look at this. Those that be left behind of thy people. Ezra was from the house of Judah.
Yeah.
He's telling you that they will bring the 10 tribes. The 10 tribes are going to come across. But Judah, those are left behind of Judah, will be found within the borders of Zion. It will be found within their borders. So you have to make a calculation here. What we see happening, Shamuel, the Most High, because we, the descendants of the slave trade, we are from the house of Judah primarily.
Yeah.
That's the house of Judah.
Yeah.
So if those that are left behind are from the house of Judah, he is calling back us from over this side. It is to join the rest of Judah in the land.
Yes.
Because it says those that remain before Hamashiach returns are going to be from the house of Judah, are going to be from the nation of Israel. You with me?
Right here.
So when you say you gave us this as well, which is what just matches up perfectly with it. 2 Baruch 29 verse 2.
For at that time, I shall only protect those found in this land at that time.
That's it. That is why he's calling us back, Shamuel.
I shall only protect those that are found in this land. Wow.
That is why he's calling us back. Because the protection goes with the land. So he wants us, he's inviting us back in the land so that we can partake of the protection.
Starts here. Yeah.
Man.
Yes. So now, if you haven't jumped from the countries or the nations of our enemies, how can you receive this protection? Because you have to be within the borders here.
Yes.
It's a command. It's not a suggestion. It's not a figure of speech. It is literal. He says, I will only protect those that are found within the what? Within these borders, this land. So you are safe when you've crossed over. So what are you waiting for?
And he didn't say it one time. He said it in 2 Baruch, and he said it in 2 Esdras. But those that be left behind of thy people are they that are found within my borders. Then in Baruch it says, for at that time I shall only protect those found in this land at that time. And the Most High, through his mercies, has called us back to the land, and people are saying it is coming from the devil. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine?
Calling the Most High the devil. Can you imagine that?
We need to repent.
Yeah.
And this is what we have for today. If this is not conclusive, then we can say or do nothing else. Yeah? If this doesn't reach you, then nothing will reach you. Because I think this is very, very detailed, very, very clear. That now we are understanding what the Most High is doing, because the scriptures are showing not only that it is a choice, it is not a choice. Not only that we should go, but it's showing that it's not a choice. It is not a choice. Boy, I'm telling you, the who are you are great. And what can I say? Are there any questions before I ask other persons? You said only one. Is El Pedro there?
No.
All right. So, Shamuel, could you? Let me remove it. Could you give us your thoughts on this one, your summary on this one?
I still need to give a summary. Woo.
Whatever. No, that's whatever you have to say.
No, but whatever has been said, everything is. Yo, I wanted to break my mic. You said I shouldn't break it, so I don't know what more needs to be said right now. You know, if you cannot hear this, you cannot hear again. That means that your conscience is what? It's seared. That's all I'm saying. If something in your heart is not pricking you, then you have not the ruach of the Most High. What more needs to be? What? Must I now come and drag you from where you are and beat you? No. I mean, there's still small voice. You couldn't hear it. Now, those that heard it have brought the audible voice to you. You have to give praise to the Most High. And do what? And ensure that you find yourself within his borders. That is all I'm going to say. Within his borders. And this is not like you don't have the luxury of, oh, okay, I'm going to wait till maybe January, October, November. That is up to you. All right. But the wise are going to run. They will run. They will flee. This is what I'm just going to add this to it. It's all being said. And when it's all being said and done, what will be said of your faith? Did you trust Yahuwah all the way to your very end? Or did you miss him at the final part of the journey? And this is what I don't want for anyone. All right. So I'm encouraging you, please. So much has been said. If you don't believe it, play this message over and over again until maybe, peradventure, something pricks you. All right. Please. So share this with your loved ones. Share this with all those that are disbelieving and are actually grieving the Ruach. Share this with those that have been speaking ill of the Ruach. Share this with everyone and let them have a listen. Peradventure, the Most High might grant them what? Mercy, in order to return back to Zion. Shalom.
Wow. Boy, this one I don't know what to say about this one at all. This one is so profound, so concrete. I don't actually know what to say. How many times have we gone already? We have gone almost 4 hours. Wow. For the people who are there, especially the people in our group, the Most High called us, put us together. Many have been following us on YouTube and whatever, and the Most High made it happen that we were brought together in this group. It is not by chance. Yes? He put us together as a group. When the children of Yahshua were together at Pentecost, they were all in one accord, in one place. When we are gathered in ecclesias, in set-apart assemblies, in Kahal, we are together in one place. When he puts us together in this group, he puts us together to be in one place. He has chosen all of us from all over the world and put us together for a reason. Yes? When you hear his voice, harden not your heart, as in the provocation. All right, we might not have 160,000 or 200,000 followers, but the Most High does not work with numbers. His truth is with a few. All right? Listen to the few.
Let me say this before you close. Let me just
go
share this.
ahead.
Maybe it might do it for someone. But just last week, it was an impromptu, all right? It was an impromptu thing where the Most High just quickened us to quickly go to the land. So we went to this land. And when we got to this land, I promise you, the whole event from our start to the end of the journey was amazing. You know, when people say you are led by the Ruach, please, the Most High orders the footsteps of his people, all right? All along the way, the first public transport or the minibus we saw had the flag of the nation on it, South African flag. And in the front of it above was written, faith. Faith. It was a random thing. And we would think that was a coincidence, all right? We continue through the journey all the way, and then we see this humongous truck, and it's written abnormal. And then there was a number 7040 or 4070, which is 4 sevens. And those who belong to this group know what the 4 sevens and where it came from. The Most High already gave that number. And then it was written abnormal. Then we proceeded further. And then what did we see? We see Proverbs 3. And then we read that as well. Then we continue with the journey. And when we proceeded forth as well, another sign comes. Willow something. There was a place written Willow Valley. All right. Then we drive as if that was enough. We drive, and almost when we are about to enter into the land or the place of the land, we see silos. Now, the first thing that came to my mind was that what? Was that Yahweh is gathering his sheepfold into this barn, because silos are for storing what? Wheat. And guess the number of the silos? It was 12. Then we drive past that again, and right at the border when we enter in the land, we see a signpost written Gateway. All right. Now, once, twice might be a coincidence. 3, 4, 5, you know that you are done. There's no more coincidence. Then we get into the land. This is after driving, I think, about 4 hours. We drive and we arrive in the land, and everything goes wrong. Everything we are there to do goes wrong, and we are delayed. There was chaos all the way until 7 p.m. in the evening when it was pitch black in the wilderness. So we had to switch our cell phones as light. And as we standing there, confused, thinking our time is wasted, right above us, suddenly, it was like the Milky Way was open in the sky. Above us, the sky above us over the land. And it was so much stars, with bigger stars and smaller mini stars. And I'm thinking to myself, why are we seeing this thing now? What's going on? We've never seen so much stars. Here we are thinking, oh, it's late. We need to get back. We need to drive 4 hours back and all that. Then from nowhere comes a star that comes out of another star. All right, people. Yahweh would make sure, because he showed, the first sign he showed us was have faith. Faith. And what I'm about to show you, the track was written abnormal. In other words, what you're about to see is abnormal. We look up and we see stars. I don't know if anyone has seen stars that are matching. I'm not making this stuff up. One star proceeds out of another star, and we think, oh, is this a shooting star? No. The star keeps matching, and then many other stars keep coming out of that one star. Next thing we see, over 500 stars that are in line like a train, that are matching right above the land. They came out of one gate, almost like a portal, and then they hover around over the land from one end of the land to the next end of the land, and then they disappear. The stars were marching like that, like a train. Now, what more sign do you want? This is the Most High affirming. There's a reason why he delayed us to stay that late in that land, to witness this as a sure sign to affirm his word.
Wow.
So I don't know who is there thinking, we here don't believe in coincidences. If you do, good for you. But we don't. We believe in the Ruach. We want to be led throughout all our lives and give him the splendor even to the very end. And we thank the Most High for giving us these sure signs, because they are not coincidences. No scientist can prove this. Stars that are following one another and marching forward in symmetry. So I just wanted to share this. Maybe this might help. We didn't want to talk about it because, man, all that needs to be spoken has been said. So what more is if they're not moved by the simple word flee, what is going to move them? But I know this is here for someone out there, and it's not for everybody. Those that are worthy will hear these words, and they will do what? They will repent, confess their sins, and flee. All right. Shalom.
Wow. That is powerful. Who hath an ear to hear? Let them hear. Let them hear. All right? Who hath an ear to hear? Let them hear. So, wow. This is really conclusive to me. Don't know about anyone else. And oh, forgot that we are not live on the radio anymore. Oh, we're still live.
Yeah, we're still live. Yeah.
Still live on the radio. Yeah. Yeah, so this is it. Anyone who is still on the shelf. Yeah, someone is asking a question, where is Zion? All I can say is, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But we know that it is on the continent of the place they call Africa. So we are asking our way to Zion, and we know our Father is taking us there without a doubt. Okay? All right, so where are we? Yeah. Let me close off this meeting. Okay. All right, so let me get this thing pinned so you can see my face. All right, so thank you for watching on YouTube. Hope you learned something. Just asking you please to share this one. All right? Share this to this one, because this revelation that you have gotten, many people, many people, few people probably, I think, would have gotten this revelation. Most people are thinking of fleeing where they are. And we too thought once that that is where we should flee. So that's why it's important, because we also spoke that we should flee where we were. So please share this, as we have gotten this new revelation from the Most High, so other people can see. So share it with other members of our group, the Just a Word group, and other people out there who you know may have watched us or are watching us, because this really is serious and really critical. Those who I will protect are only those who are found in my land. That's a very serious statement. It's actually saying that if you are not found in his land, he will not protect you. That is a very serious thing. So what the Most High has done, and there are some people say, what about those poor people, whatever. What the Most High has done, the Most High, if we have the desire, the Most High will find a way. He will make a way in the wilderness. So no matter how poor we are, he will send the rich young ruler. He will send people who can help us, and he will make a way. Because to say that, because people have been asking, about, what about those poor people in all those other places? Where will they go? Where will they go? You just need a desire. I am poor. I'll tell you that. I am poor. And Most High is going to make a way for me. So other people all over the world, the Most High will make a way. Just you. Push. And you will be there. All right? So, all right, shalom until everyone until next time. This is Kazak Eliyahu Yasharal on behalf of my co-presenter Shamuel Phoebe, and on behalf of our Just a Word family in the background. Just want to say shalom.
Shalom.
Hey, and also on behalf of our technical assistant, Ziona.